Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Run to You. When is the last time you walked outside, closed your eyes and took a deep breath? In that single moment, your mind is filled with tranquility. You forget about your present worries or your anticipations. You let the wind drift across your face and through your hair, and in that instant, your life is broken down to one thing, that one thing that means the most to you. It could be your dog, Baxter, your brother Sean, or your friend Sarah that you've known since the 8th grade. This particular thing could change at any point in time, but when you pass that certain moment in your life, you'll find that there will only be one thing that you will always hold up above the rest. She sat down on the summer green grass and looked out onto the lake that sparkled from the sun. It was her only spot she could go to escape. At the age of 21 she had already had 3 novels on the bestsellers list. All 3 were in the top 10, and her first story was recently adapted into a movie that her close friends, Renji, Ishida and Momo starred in. She always had devotion for writing, but she finally decided that's what she wanted to do with the rest of her life during high school. Her friend had stolen a short story from her private journal and submitted it in a contest one day. She didn't even know until her name was announced as being the winner. Ever since then, the school newspaper continually asked for her input, and eventually she even wrote a play for the drama club to bring to life. Ever since her first novel, her name has been well known. And ever since her second one, so has her face. As soon as the second novel was released, the public discovered that not only was she a passionate and adored writer, she was also a young and attractive woman. This news was soon spread with pictures all over the covers of magazines and miscellaneous videos, such as her grocery shopping, being played all over television. She was incredibly thankful that there were still many who did not recognize her face, which allowed her to have some moments to herself. Although it did make it quite difficult when she dated Shuhei Hiseiji, one of the most heart-throbbing actors in the business. They had broken it off about 2 months earlier after realizing that they had grown apart and it was best just to stay friends. Now that she was back on the market, the media continually asked the same question: are you seeing anyone new, Rukia, or some variation of the question. It had been incredibly hard for her to get started on her next novel with all the attention. She looked down to her lap and saw she had only written down about 10 words, and she couldn't seem to chip away at that block in her mind. She huffed loudly and flew into a laying position with her hands resting behind her head. She watched the clouds drift by in the beautiful blue sky, and without any warning, her eyes began to flutter shut, and she was then lost into a dream she could have never anticipated. "What do you want from me, Kyan? I told you I had to do it. Why the hell do you keep hounding me on it?" he yelled into his cell phone as he continued to drive his beautiful silver Mercedes McLaren. "Hey! Relax, little bro. I'm just looking out for ya. You are one of the most popular musicians of the century and you decided to go on a little break in the prime of your career. I just don't see the necessity in doing it," he yelled back in defense. He was sitting in his office with his feet propped up on his desk. "Well, that's just it. You don't have to see the necessity. I needed it, that's that. Just stop complaining. I'm on my way back anyway. The new album should make up for the time I missed. Plus, no one knows of my comeback tonight. Should be exciting," he said with a smile. There was a moment of silence until Kyan finally spoke up. "Hey, I'm glad you're coming back, Ichigo. I haven't seen your face in so long. Oh God, don't get all feminine on me now. What? Can't a guy tell his own brother how much he's missed him?" Kyan played defensive with a joking attitude. Yeah. I missed you too. I'll see ya soon." Ichigo shook his head with a smile on his face and shut his phone. He saw the familiar scenery go by as he passed. Some things never change, he said to himself as he pulled into a driveway. "What do you want from me? Can you tell me for once instead of dancing around it and assuming that I already know? Because let me tell you something, I don't know. I can't figure this kind of shit out, Rukia," he yelled, pulling at his hair. "What do I want? What do I want? How do you not know? Are you really that blind?" she yelled with tears streaming down her face, but she was still yelling strong and staring him dead in the eyes. "DMN it, Rukia. Just tell me. Tell me," he begged with his hands now placed on the sides of her shoulders. She brought her hands to his chest and gripped his thin black t-shirt into her fists as she bent her head down to the floor. "You can't keep doing this to me. If you're going to keep leaving, stop coming back." She was silent for a moment. "You've changed so much, Rukia," he said softly, and she knew he still did not understand. "Please tell me." She looked up into his eyes and saw that they were filled with water that was about to flood. She then spoke softly. "I want you to love me again." Rukia's eyes opened quickly. She looked around as she remained laying down. After realizing where she was, she sat up and rested her head into her hands. "I can't believe it's still haunting me," she said, and then was surprised to feel a lone tear travel down her cheek. She wiped it away hesitantly. She frowned for a moment and then took a glance down at her watch. "Oh my God! Sheet! Sheet! Sheet!" she yelled, getting up and grabbing her notebook. "So how many times do you think they're going to ask you if you're seeing anyone? Or how many times do you think they're going to ask if you're seeing Renji?" A female laughed on the phone. "Haha. Very funny. How many times do you think they're going to ask if you and Tushuru are engaged yet, Momo?" Rukia responded with a smirk. "Touché, Kuchiki," she stated flatly. "Oh. He's already here. I guess I'll see you there, huh? There's no avoiding it. Renji should be here soon anyway. See ya, Momo. Bye." Rukia sighed as she threw her phone on her bed. She walked over to her jewelry box and began to look through it. She was wearing an elegant violet dress and needed the finishing touch. The last thing she wanted for her ensemble was a necklace, but couldn't seem to find the right one. She closed the box and walked over to a dresser. She hesitated, but opened the top drawer. She took out a small box and walked over to her bed and sat down. She rested the small box on her lap and continued to stare at it without opening it. With a deep breath, she finally took off the lid. She tried her best to avoid the pictures and looked for the item she wanted. Once she saw it, she picked it out, but her eyes hit the picture underneath it. She lost her breath and slowly reached to lift the picture up. It felt like so long ago. The picture was able to give her goosebumps and then form a smile on her face. But the smile did not last long. It was soon replaced with a sad look of longing. She let her fingers trace along the face next to hers in the picture. "Why dash? Rukia. It's time to get going. We're going to be late," she heard Renji yell from downstairs. "See coming," she yelled back, startled. Rukia quickly threw everything back into the box and ran it back over to the dresser. She then stood in front of the mirror and placed the necklace around her neck. She stood for a moment and then let her fingers move along the piece of jewelry, which was a small violet butterfly. She stared softly at it until Renji yelled again. "Rukia. Come on." "All right," she yelled back with a frown and made her way quickly out of the door. He sat in a private room in the back looking at himself in the mirror. He sighed heavily. Maybe a little soul-searching wasn't a good idea after all, he spoke out loud. "Time to myself is something I really should try to avoid," he thought, burying his face in his hands. "Kurosaki," his name was said from the door. Ichigo's head bounced up and looked at the smiling face at the door. He got up quickly. "Ishida, how the hell are ya?" he asked in excitement as he embraced his old friend. Ishida chuckled. "I'm doing great. How are you doing? You look exactly the same. Haven't seen you in a year. Where the hell did you go?" "I just went to get away from all this. I needed some time to myself, I guess. I'm back though, so everything should be good again," he responded. "Well, I'm glad you're back. I got the album you sent me. That's going to sell out easily." Ichigo chucked and rubbed the back of his neck. "Let's hope so." The mood suddenly changed. Ichigo. Some of the songs on there, did you write them about dash? Yuryu. They want you for an interview, a woman with a headset said at the door. Alright, be right there. He turned to Ichigo. You're coming to my place after, right? I don't know. I don't think the party scene is what I need right now, Ichigo said, trying to avoid it. A party is exactly what you need. After your performance, everyone's going to want to see you. So just shut up and be there, Ishida said, walking out of the room. Ichigo glared with a smirk. He turned back to the mirror. Some things never change, apparently. Renji was wearing his black tux with a red tie that undoubtedly went with his bright red hair. He held his arm out for Rukia as he led her through the crowd out of the limo. They placed their camera-ready smiles on their faces. Renji. Renji. Do you think you have a good chance at winning the Best Supporting Male role? A reporter asked, holding a microphone out to him. I think I have the same chance as everyone else up for that category. We all work extremely hard and I think in the end whoever wins deserves it, Renji said, beginning to walk again. Rukia. How do you feel about your very own story coming to life and then being put up for Best Picture? A reporter asked hastily. Honestly, I'm still having trouble believing that this is all happening. It's really amazing, and no matter how it turns out tonight, I'm still grateful for all of it, she said with a tender smile. And you're here with Renji Abarai tonight. Are you seeing each other? The reporter asked with a smirk. Rukia clenched her fist at her side. No, we're just going as friends, she said with a smile to cover up her real feelings to punch the woman in her face. Well, are you seeing anyone else then? The reporter followed up. No. I'm still single. Oh, I guess we're going in now, Rukia said, trying to get away from the reporter that she knew she would tackle if she stayed any longer. She dragged Renji behind her. Renji and Rukia sat down in their seats, which were in the 4th row. I can't believe it. 12 times. Why do they want me dating so much? I don't get it, she said with annoyance. Renji laughed. I don't understand it either. I was only asked twice. 12 is a little over the top. I swear to God, Renji, I will maul the next person that asks me. It's a promise, she said as the lights dimmed and the stage lit up. Before we announce the Best Picture, there is a special performance tonight, Ishida began, which made the audience curious. Only a select few were told of this, and tonight I am honored to welcome back one of my oldest and greatest friends. Please give a round of applause for his return, he said, holding his hand out to the curtain behind him as he made his way off the stage. The curtain slowly rose and the lights diminished. You were able to see the shadow of a piano and a figure sitting at it. A spotlight slowly shined on the figure and the crowd went wild. It went from a slight applause, due to Ishida's instructions, to a roar. The piano began to play and everyone went silent, anticipating his performance. Turn, look out and see. Do you see me? 'Cause I think I see you. Rukia's air got caught in her throat and her mouth hung ajar. Please tell me that isn't. I've been some other place. The wind that I chase, it all just leads back to you. I know you're out there. I just hope you're listening, Ichigo thought with his eyes shut tight as he let the music run through him. Oh, how I'm still, so still it's burdening, it still outran. I knew you when I was young, but where I am right now is where I am. Rukia's eyes began to fill up. He was sitting about 30 feet away and that was the closest it had been since those few years ago. How was she supposed to react to seeing him? This was understandable, right? After everything they had been through, she had a right to feel anger and sorrow, right? Run to you, I will run, I will run. I will move, right on through all these things I have done. And you'll take me back, I don't know why. I wanna say I'll never do it again, but I can't. But I will try. Ichigo let the piano sing what his heart was feeling, but still refused to look out into the audience. She's out there, watching me. Just the fact that she's watching me is more than enough. I don't even deserve that. Everything about the performance seemed so peaceful. Everyone was left breathless. Turn and look out and see. Do you see me? 'Cause I think I see you. He hasn't turned to the audience once. I don't know what I'll do if he sees me. I hope he doesn't. She thought as her hands slowly formed fists on her lap. I've been some other place. The wind that I chase it all just leads back to you. But I have to look. I have to try and find her. What if this is my only chance to look her in the eyes while I sing to her? Ichigo continued to battle with himself. Oh, how I miss what you miss, but I will fall time and again. And I will say that I'm true to you, but I'm a cheat. I don't understand. This song. I hope this doesn't have anything to do with. Oh please, Ichigo. Why can't you stop tormenting me, she pleaded, as she continued to watch his every move. If you ever cared, please stop. So I'll run to you, I will run, I will run. I will move, right on through all these things I have done. And you'll take me back, I don't know why. I wanna say I'll never do it again, but I can't. I wanna say I'll never do it again, but I can't. Ichigo went into the last bit of the song with feeling. This was something he needed to do, for her and for himself. His fingers hit the piano keys with passion. He finally decided what he needed to do. He looked out into the crowd and immediately his eyes locked with hers. I wanna say I'll never do it again, but I can't. But I will try. They continued to stare at one another as he finished with a few more lines of piano. Rukia's hands were shaking as the applause broke out into an incredible howl. Ichigo gave her a sincere look of apology and Rukia was left breathless as the curtain fell, breaking their gaze. Rukia? Rukia, you okay? Renji asked, shaking her slightly. She sat there, still staring at the curtain. She thought of everything in the past and how she had been trying to forget him for years. Now, there he was again, showing up and making everything she threw away fly right back at her. Her face was now emotionless. Some things never change. I wanna say I'll never do it again, but I can't, but I will try. Chapter 2, From Where You Are. Tell me again why we're going to this party. Rukia complained in the limo as she rubbed her temples. 1. Yuryu is one of your childhood friends. 2. He's one of my good friends. 3. He just won Best Leading Male Role in the movie that you wrote. And 4. You look like hell and need some stress release or something to get you into a happier mood, Renji said, holding his fingers up as he counted. Wow, thanks Renji. You really know how to give a girl a compliment, she said with sarcasm dripping off her tongue. Are you sure you're alright? Ever since the end of the show you've been really weird. And by weird, I mean the bitchy attitude has been on overdrive tonight. And I know you wouldn't get this way about us not winning Best Picture. You're not like that, he said leaning back into the leather seats. What's going on with you, he reinforced. Rukia sighed and looked out the window. I'm fine. She turned and saw him staring at her with an eyebrow raised, showing his disbelief. I said I'm fine, Renji. Stop worrying about me. You just won Best Supporting Male Role. You should be ready to get wasted and sleep with some newbie actress, Rukia said with her arms crossed over her chest as she continued to look out of the window. They had just parked in front of the mansion. Renji smirked. You think, he questioned curiously. Rukia threw her purse at him and then looked back out the window at the mansion. You're such a pig, Abarai, Rukia said, not helping the smile on her face from her friend's idiocy. Renji chuckled, you know I'm kidding. But at least you smiled. Now get the hell out of the car before I carry you out. You're going to have fun, so quit whining. She growled, but then opened the door. She walked up to the door and as soon as she took a step in and was being dragged throughout the house, she realized something she hated herself for missing. And it was already too late to avoid it. After the ceremony, Yuryu basically grabbed Ichigo by the collar and threw him into his limo before he could protest. Now that the orange-headed man was leaning against a grand piano in one of Yuryu Ishida's many rooms, he had been reacquainted with another childhood friend. Why was he so persistent on getting me here? Ichigo asked in annoyance. Well, if I knew you were back in town, I would have dragged you to see the rest of your friends too. Plus, you need an official welcoming back. What kind of person comes back to a town like this and doesn't kick it off with a party anyway, she said, tipping back a glass of wine. Tatsuki, do you know me at all? He questioned with attitude. She gave a slight chuckle and placed the glass down on a tray a waiter was holding and grabbed another. Yeah. That's why Ishida was persistent. Ichigo turned his head slightly to give her a glare with a smirk, but then turned his head straight ahead only to be drawn to a sight that made the air catch in his throat. It was a sight that brought him back to a particular moment in time that he had forgotten about until then. Flashback. He lay on his bed with his fingers interlocked behind his neck. His eyes were clenched shut, while so many things were running through his head. He laid there staring at the ceiling with the look as if no one was home inside his mind. Ever since that happened he had that aura around him. He couldn't help it, he just couldn't feel anymore. He saw just how much she was breaking each day from the simple look in her eyes, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't even know what to do with himself. He felt like a walking waste of space. But she was still by his side no matter how many times he left without a word or how many things he said that should have totally torn her in two. She stayed, but something new was seen in those eyes the past few weeks, exhaustion. So far away from where you are. The miles have torn us way apart. And I miss you. Yeah, I miss you. He heard his window crackle a bit as it began to open from the outside. He sat up slightly, using his elbows to prop him up. He stared calmly at the window as she swiftly hopped inside. She pulled her skirt down after it had flown up a bit from her entrance. After dusting herself off, she looked up into his blazing eyes. So far away from where you are. And standing underneath the stars. And I wish you were here. It was so dark in his room, but she knew too well what his face showed, the same face she had seen for a few years now. It was a face that portrayed an empty person that she had been desperately trying to fill ever since that happened. But that night she had come to realize something, which she had floating around in her mind for quite a while. Although that night when those thoughts plagued her mind again, for once, she was going to stop pushing it aside. Hey, she said softly as she saw him not budge an inch. Hey, he said back in the same manner. I missed the years that were erased. I miss the way the sunshine would light up your face. I miss all the little things. I never thought that they'd mean everything to me. Yeah, I miss. And I wish you were here. Ichigo, I don't know how to say this. And a large part of me doesn't want to, but it's something I realize that I have to. So here it goes, she said, taking a deep breath and refusing to move from her standing position as his eyes remained only on her. There's so much I've wanted to share with you. So many things I've dreamed of us being. I understand how what happened can affect you a lot and I tried to help you through it. But it just seems the more I try, the more you push me away. She paused and took a deep breath and took her gaze off him and looked to the ground. I'm drained, Ichigo. I can't do this anymore. I want you in my life so much, but if you're going to just watch life pass you by, then I don't think I can watch it with you. She looked up back into his piercing stare, still with no emotion visible on his face illuminated by the moonlight from the open window. I feel the beating of your heart. I see the shadows of your face. Just know that wherever you are. Yeah, I miss you. And I wish you were here. Her hands began to shake as the crossroads in her life was about to come. She reached her arm across her body and grabbed her wrist to steady herself. I'm going to take the first bus out of here tomorrow morning, but I'm not going unless you tell me to. She stared deep into his eyes and she saw the slightest bit of emotion, she thought. The beginning of her statement made his chest collapse, but the part that shook him up the most was the latter part. She's asking me to choose for her. If I tell her to stay, she'll most likely stay with me, no matter how miserable it may make her. I don't want her to leave. I miss the years that were erased. I miss the ways the sunshine would light up your face. I miss all the little things. I never thought that they'd mean everything to me. He let out a deep breath slowly and closed his eyes for a few moments. He let it all soak in and took a large swallow. He opened his eyes and turned his head away from her. The words seemed to refuse to leave his throat, but when it did, it was practically a whisper. Go. It felt as if he had just stabbed himself in what was left of his beating heart. He hated seeing her fall deeper into the same crevice as him, and if he could save her from the same misery, then he would, no matter how painful it would be. That single word hit her like a rock being thrown at pure glass. Everything shattered, her body, her mind, her soul and her heart. She thought as everything in the world deteriorated around her, he doesn't love me anymore. Yeah, I miss you. And I wish you were here. What am I going to do without you? He thought as her mouth hung slightly open and her chest rose up and down. She stared at his face that refused to look at her. She gave a slow nod in understanding and wiped a tear that strode down her cheek quickly before he could turn to see her, but he secretly did. So far from where you are. These miles have torn us way apart. And I miss you. Yeah, I miss you. Yeah, I wish you were here. She turned towards the window and stopped before continuing. She looked behind her, over her shoulder at him, who still refused to look at her retreating form. She opened her mouth, but then hesitated and closed it. She couldn't stop staring at him. He was everything she ever wanted, but he had just given her the signal. She was leaving now. So why was she holding back? She already knew how he felt. Why couldn't she let it out one last time? So she spoke sweetly, so sweet that once he heard her, he let her words echo throughout his entire body. I love you. He heard her exit and without even looking at the window, he returned the favor. I'll never stop. She came walking into the room with an entirely different air circulating around her. Her raven hair grazed her shoulders elegantly and framed her face delicately. The lavender dress only accented her piercing violet eyes that had yet to notice him. All the music or conversation was immediately silenced. Why? Why is she always making my senses go haywire? I haven't been this close to her in so many years, yet she's still as beautiful as the day she left. She wandered into the room aimlessly, not prepared for what was literally staring her in the face. Her entire body seemed to stop functioning as her eyes wandered up the man's legs in his black dress pants, past his belt that rested nicely on his hips, further past his arms that were leaning back on the piano on their elbows with his dress shirt sleeves rolled up on his forearms, all the way up to his beautifully chiseled jaw, which then led to the revealing of his intense amber eyes. She felt a tingle up her spine as she was left breathless. She watched motionless as he leaned off the piano slowly in shock. Rukia needed to get out of there and fast. She quickly turned around, but to her dismay, she crashed into a waiter causing the tray to fall and tumble onto Rukia as she fell to the floor. She winced on the floor as the shattered glass scattered around her. Finally she opened her eyes and found a hand being held down to her. She followed the arm up with her eyes, and found the owner to be exactly who she tried to run from. She looked sadly at him. Ichigo did something she didn't expect, or something she hadn't seen in years. He smiled. But not just a simple fake smile, the one you give when you pass someone on the street. He gave a sincere, meaningful one. It almost seemed like he was the boy she fell in love with all those years ago. Careful. There's a lot of glass around you, he said with his hand still extended. Rukia hesitantly raised her hand, and then finally placed it in his. It's been so long, she thought as he pulled her up. Slowly. They stood for a few seconds just staring at each other. Rukia's mouth hung slightly ajar, while he continued to smile. Are you okay? He asked, raising his eyebrows slightly in concern. She couldn't force the words out of her throat and opted to just give a nod. "It's good to see you, Rukia," he said softly. The hairs on her arms and the back of her neck rose at that moment. "Yeah," she said softly as someone came and began to drag Ichigo away. Ichigo looked back at Rukia in surprise, but let the man pull him along, saying something about Ichigo making a comeback. Rukia watched him being pulled away and finished her sentence, "It's good to see you too, Ichigo." She took a few deep breaths and then snapped out of her daze. "I have to get out of here," she thought as she rushed to the door. "Rukia!" Tatsuki yelled, seeing her old friend run away after seeing him. But she was ignored as Rukia wouldn't stop for anyone. Ichigo was talking to many people as he smiled and nodded to whatever was being said. He really didn't care at the moment. His eyes kept darting around to see if he could catch a glimpse of her again. It came to a point where Ichigo couldn't take it anymore. He looked down to his watch. "I'm so sorry guys. I really should be going. There is someone I have to see," he said with an apologetic look. "But the night is still young, Kurosaki," the drunk best supporting male yelled from behind as he draped an arm around Ichigo's shoulders. "Yeah, I know Renji. But I have to talk to someone still," Ichigo said untangling his arm off his shoulders. Renji pulled him aside and whispered, or what he thought was whispering to Ichigo, "I heard from Tatsuki that Rukia took off a while ago. She tried to ask where she was going but she was in a big hurry or something." "Jesus Abarai. Stop yelling in my ear," Ichigo said pushing his away a little. "And you probably had enough to drink tonight. Why don't you relax a little?" Ichigo suggested. "Relax? We need to celebrate. I won an award." "That's amazing," Renji yelled with surprise on his face. Ichigo chuckled, yeah. Go celebrate then. I'll see you later," he said beginning to walk away. "Hey Ichigo. I'm happy you're back man," he yelled with a goofy smile. "Yeah, me too," Ichigo replied. "And congratulations." Rukia had run out of that house as fast as possible. It was all too confusing, so unreal. She ran all the way down the driveway of Ishida's mansion and down to the dock he had set up on the lake. She leaned on the railing and looked down on the water. The night sky was clear and the moon shined down on the lake, making the moonlight sparkle off the calm water. What was she supposed to do? He told her to leave. He didn't want her anymore. How was she supposed to act around him? She sighed and continued to watch the moving water dance the moonlight along its surface. "Nice night, huh?" she heard a voice behind her. She was startled at first, but sighed. She didn't turn to look, but only responded as she continued to look out at the water. "Yeah, it's beautiful," she said in response. He walked up next to her and leaned on the railing. "Why are you running?" he asked like it was as simple as the question, "Do you know what time it is?" She was surprised how straightforward he was. "I'm not our dash." "Yes you are," he cut her off. She turned to look at him, who was looking out at the lake. Her mouth hung open slightly, but then she sighed and turned back to the lake. "Why do you care?" she asked softly. He gave out a disgusted chuckle. "What kind of question is that?" They stood there in silence for a moment. "How did you find me?" she asked. "You never could go very far when you ran. Plus, you always had a fascination with the river way back when." "I figured the lake was the closest bet," he reasoned out. He remembers little things like them, she thought to herself and turned to him. "Why did you come back?" she asked the one question many people in the world were probably wondering. He turned to face her now as well. "Does it matter? Why can't you give a straight answer?" she asked back in agitation. "I asked if it mattered because even when I was here you never once tried to talk to me. Why the hell would you care if I came back or not if it was just as it was when I was here?" He began to raise his voice. "Are you blaming me for us not talking?" Rukia yelled back. "Yes. Yes I am. You didn't once want to see me. You know what? You're absolutely right. I didn't want to see you. Happy now? Everything is Rukia's fault. Ichigo did nothing wrong whatsoever, she yelled, waving her hands around in the air. He looked at her in disbelief. Oh, give me a break. When I first heard you came to this DMN city, all I wanted to do was see how you were. It had been 2 years. I figured we could have kept the past behind us. Kept the past behind us? Are you serious, Ichigo? You thought we could shake hands and introduce ourselves like nothing happened? So much has happened, so much between us. I was afraid to see you again, she said softly, the last statement. They stood for a moment in silence, just staring into each other's eyes, which were anything but cold. He opened his mouth and spoke with the same softness as her. You were afraid of me? He asked in confusion as his chest began to feel heavy. I can't do this, she said quickly as she turned around and was ready to run out of there, but he grabbed her arm before she could. She turned slowly back at him and stared into his hurt eyes with his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Why were you afraid? He asked softly. She stared up into his amber eyes that were begging for her to answer. There was something about the way he was staring at her that made it impossible for her to leave without telling him the truth. So she told him. I didn't want to feel that pain again. He was shocked by her response and let his grip on her arm weaken. She then took the opportunity to run. He didn't attempt to run after her, but just watched the distance between them grow. He was thinking one thing that was tearing him inside out. I don't want to hurt you anymore. Chapter 3, Come Back Down. Rukia. Rukia, honey. Come on. You've locked yourself away for days now. You have to come out today. You have a book signing. You can't skip this. So many people are waiting to see you. Momo said sweetly from behind Rukia's bedroom door. Meanwhile, Rukia had her covers over her head as she listened to the constant knocking. There originally were constant phone calls until she shut her phone off. Apparently that just caused them to come in person. Oh, thank God you're here. She hasn't said one word, Momo said to her arriving friends. Rukia. How you doing, hun? Can you let us in? Ranjiku asked, wiggling the door handle. Come on. I have a surprise for you, she said, trying to persuade her. And it's not any sort of outfit this time, since you obviously aren't in love with clothes as much as I am. Rukia rolled her eyes under the covers. Ranjiku had excellent taste in fashion, she had to admit. She did have her own fashion industry, but sometimes she just couldn't wear everything that woman gave her. Rukia. Open up. I swear you'll like this surprise. Ranjiku yelled again. Oh my God. If I let you in for a little bit, will you leave me the hell alone? Rukia blurted out in frustration. Ah. And the beautiful maiden speaks. Ranjiku praised through the door. Yeah, Rukia said, dragging herself out of bed, revealing her purple bunny short shorts and a purple tank top. She opened the door. Come in, she said, lacking enthusiasm. She opened the door and immediately brightened up. Orihime. The strawberry blonde girl was smiling from ear to ear as she held her arms open for a hug. Rukia. Ah. Rukia screeched before almost tackling her best friend. She hadn't seen her in 3 years. After high school, she was accepted for an overseas internship as a reporter. While she was there, they gave her a job and she had a steady career there ever since. I can't believe it. I had no idea you were coming, she yelled, pulling away to see her face. I wanted to surprise you. Plus I'm focusing more on the celebrity gossip area in journalism, so I'm moving over here, she responded with a smile, causing another shriek from her raven-haired friend. Ranjiku ran over and yanked up the blinds of the window, revealing the powerful sun. Momo pulled the sheets all the way open on the bed to avoid Rukia burying herself in them again. Now, Orihime started, her face getting serious. She grabbed her hand and sat her down on the side of the bed while the other two stood a few feet away in support. Tell us what's going on. Rukia sighed as her newfound happiness began to expire. She turned to the two standing women. You play a dirty game, you two, she said with a glare. Then she smirked, touché. She took a deep breath. I ran into Ichigo at Ishida's party, she said looking down at her lap. Oriheim's eyes grew wide. And you actually talked? Yeah. I tried to run away, but I ran into a waiter and fell and broke a glass. Oh God, it was just a disaster, she said burying her face in her hands. Then what happened? Ranjiku said hastily, causing the three to look at her in suspicion. What? She said in defense. I can sense the drama. It pulls me in. Momo shook her head. Keep going. Right, Rukia said looking away from her and moving on. Well, he held his hand down and helped me up. But the weird part was, he was smiling, a real smile though, not one of those crappy things you give just to ease things over. Oriheim smiled. He smiled. I haven't seen him smile in years. I heard he took a year off. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe he changed, Oriheim began to reason. There's more though, Rukia added. He was dragged off and then I ran out of there. I took off to the dock, she said almost feeling guilty for some reason. Ranjiku laughed slightly. I could have guessed that. Momo nudged Ranjiku with her elbow. Let her finish. Rukia took another deep breath. Well, to make things short, he found me. He asked me why I kept running from him, I asked him why he came back. Then he asked why I avoided him even before he took off for a year and I said there was too much history between us. This made us argue more. I told him I was afraid of him and tried to get out of there and then he stopped me. Don't stop now. Ranjiku yelled, almost falling over from the suspense. Momo reached over and steadied her. Rukia raised an eyebrow at her friend and turned to Oriheim, who said in a soft tone, continue. He grabbed my wrist and asked why. But his eyes, wow, his eyes, she said leaning back and daydreaming of his eyes staring into her soul. What were they like? Momo asked, starting to get like Ranjiku. Rukia continued to stare off like she could see them. They were so pure of sadness. It's almost like he wanted to know why just so he could fix it. Everything I saw brought me back to when, she drifted off and looked back to her lap. When what? Momo yelled, causing Ranjiku to look at her with surprise. She chuckled and gave her a pat on the back. She then looked back at Rukia and gave her a look of expectancy. Is my life just one big soap opera to you too? She asked sarcastically. Oriheim giggled, just give them what they want. Rukia sighed. It brought me back to when he used to love me. The two women standing seemed to have melted into a puddle as their faces showed awe. That's so romantic, Ranjiku said holding back tears. Momo nodded eagerly in agreement as she bit her lip. The two flew to her and gave her a group hug and Oriheim just joined in. Okay. I get it. Give me some air now girls, Rukia said under the pile. They backed away slightly. Momo wiped an eye. So then what? She said with a sniff. I said I didn't want to feel the pain again, she said softly looking at her hands on her lap. Ah! Ranjiku broke out with tear-filled eyes. The two women began to hug her again, but Rukia shot out her arms. No. It's okay. Really, she said with a begging smile. They backed away as Oriheim put her hand over Rukia's. You ran again, didn't you? She asked with sad eyes. Rukia just nodded with a sad frown. And this is where I am now. I can't go out there, Rukia said, pointing towards the window. No, you can't. Ranjiku yelled in agreement. You're emotionally unstable. The press loves this kind of stuff. Right, Oriheim? Of course. If we weren't such good friends, I'd be writing all of this down, she said with a joking smile. See. We have to keep you away from any sort of endangerment, Ranjiku added, going over and pulling down the blinds she had just pulled up. And with this kind of emotional entanglement your fans are just going to have to suffer. You wrote them their favorite stories. They should already feel grateful. Momo said, pushing Rukia to lie down on her bed and quickly threw the sheets over top of her. Orihime stayed back slightly, observing with a smile. Wait. What do you mean? I can't just let them down. Rukia said, faintly confused about her friend's hasty movements. Ranjiku brought over a box of tissues near the bed. Sure you can. They've been waiting for months to see you, but you're in way too big a funk to see them. Rukia looked at the box of tissues and something hit her. No. I am not in that big a funk. And who am I to keep fans that have been looking forward to see me waiting? I'm going to that DMN book signing and you can't stop me, she yelled, throwing the blankets off her and running to her bathroom, where they heard the shower start 30 seconds after the door was slammed. Orihime smiled at them in victory. Told you it would work. Nice job, guys. The other two women chuckled and went to open the shades again as they waited to accompany their friend to her event. Kurosaki, what do you plan on accomplishing by coming here? Seriously. It's obvious she doesn't want to see you, Ishida said, trying to keep up to his friend's amazing pace. You know me. I'm stubborn. Besides, I've finally realized what I had all those years ago. All I want is for her to be in my life. I'm not asking for anything other than friendship, he said, looking at the stores as he passed by. He had on a black beanie and black sunglasses with his red hoodie and jeans. Ishida shook his head. Rukia is just as stubborn as you. The odds of her even looking your way are terrible. After everything that happened between you two, even asking for the two of you to be okay with each other is pushing it, Ishida reasoned, still trying to catch up behind him. He was wearing a blue baseball cap to go with a black sweater. They were about to go into a public area with no protection from fans, they needed to blend in. I'm ready to try, Ichigo said, opening the door and walking in. He suddenly had a flashback. He opened the door, more like flew through the door, and looked around frantically. He looked around the restaurant for her, and once he found her at a table he ran to her. You actually said yes to going out with him? He asked, grabbing her arm. She was in the middle of saying the specials, but once she was grabbed by the arm she jumped and turned to him. He was dripping wet and wearing his bathing suit. The water strode down his well-toned body, and for a second she was too distracted to see his scowling face or realize how sad she should be. She shook her head. Ichigo, she hissed from the side of her mouth. What the hell are you doing? I came to ask you a question. Now answer it, he said, scowling even more. Ichigo, I'm working. And from what I can tell, you're supposed to be working too. People could be drowning right now. Get out of here, she said in annoyance and disbelief before turning back to the table. I'm not leaving without an answer, he said, crossing his arms over his chest stubbornly. There was a huge crowd in what looked like a line. DMN, we're late. This is going to take forever. Ishida raised an eyebrow and smirked. Well, you're so persistent in trying. I guess this will really test you. Screw you, man, Ichigo growled as he took his place in the crowd holding a book to his side. Ishida shook his head and laughed to himself. He started to walk around the bookstore. It was pretty huge, he had to admit. He made his way upstairs and roamed around, passing the children's section and then seeing a young woman leaning on the railing with a notebook and holding a pen to her lips as she thought what to write. He smiled with intrigue and began to make his way over to her. He casually leaned on the railing with his forearms. Fan. She jumped in surprise and ended up throwing the pen down off the second floor, hitting a teenage girl who looked around frantically to see where it came from. Sorry. Orihime yelled apologetically down to the girl. She turned to Ishida. You scared me to death. I am sorry. I didn't dash, he said hesitantly, feeling extremely awkward at the moment. She immediately broke out giggling hysterically. His mouth dropped slowly and then smoothly turned into a smile. So what did you ask me? She asked, turning to face him more. She was smiling completely now, with a sparkle in her eye that made Ishida somewhat speechless for a moment. I asked if you were a fan of her, he said, nodding his head down to the first floor towards Miss Kuchiki. Well, I'm a big fan, but I'm not here for that. I'm doing a column on the book signing. All work, no play, she said with a sigh. He smiled as he got more comfortable on the railing. Well, if you're a fan, I could get you a meeting with Rukia. She's a close friend of mine. Orihime opened her mouth and began to chuckle. Oh really? And how do you know Rukia? He smirked. Childhood friend. She raised an eyebrow and shook her head. Okay. Well, it was nice talking to you, she said cheerily before turning to walk away. Hey! Wait, Ishida yelled and ran in front of her. Did I say something wrong? He asked with worry. Well, you're trying to flirt with me by lying. I rather not waste my time, she said, still smirking. Lying? What makes you think I'm lying? He asked with a frown. Because I know for a fact you weren't childhood friends with Rukia, she said, getting defensive. Orihime. Momo and I are going to get some lunch. Want anything? Ranjaku yelled from the stairs. Ishida looked at the woman on the stairs and then back at Orihime. Orihime, he asked with surprise, feeling a sudden weight on his chest. Orihime looked suspiciously at him. Is that you, Ishida? What are you doing here? Ranjaku asked with interest. Orihime's eyes widened. Yuryu, she asked softly before reaching up and taking off the baseball cap that hid a good portion of his face. I haven't seen you in years, he said softly with wide eyes. She then smiled from ear to ear and threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly, leaving him too surprised to react, and stood for a moment with his arms in midair before moving to hold her in return. They pulled apart and she was giggling. I couldn't recognize you and all you had on was a hat, she said, hitting herself in the head. He chuckled, hey, I couldn't recognize you and you didn't even have anything deceiving on. They stopped laughing and stared into each other's eyes for a moment. You look so different. You look good, Ishida began, but then caught himself. Not that you didn't look good back then. You looked beautiful. It's just now you look even more beautiful, I mean you look great, he said, beginning to blush. She giggled and looked down to hide a blush. Lunch? Ranjaku felt awkward witnessing the flirtatious reunion. Orihime looked at her. Why don't you let Yuryu and I go and get it? She raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Whatever you say, Orihime, she said, retreating back down the stairs. Orihime turned back to Ishida with a smile. We have a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, he said softly, due to being too captivated by her. She noticed this and quickly slammed his hat back on his head, knocking him back to reality. Come on, she said, giggling from startling him. She grabbed his hand in hers casually and dragged him to the stairs, which he complied to. Ichigo was a couple of people away in line from being in front. He started to get nervous. He had it all planned out, but the butterflies that filled his gut were making him go mad. Staring right back in the face. A memory can't be erased. I know, because I tried. He took another step forward. Almost there, he thought, beginning to breathe heavily. I'm not leaving without an answer, he said, crossing his arms over his chest stubbornly. Start to feel the emptiness. And everything I'm gonna miss. I know that I can't hide. She growled slightly. I'm sorry, can you excuse me for 1 second, she said with a fake sweetness to the table. She grabbed his elbow and yanked him away to a corner where no one could see them. What's your problem, Kurosaki? Rukia asked furiously. All this time is passing by. I think it's time to just move on. He continued to scowl. You're going out with Mr. School President who has a stick up his butt. Oh, I didn't know that was his name. Thanks for the information, Ichigo, she said, beginning to walk away. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back, receiving a glare from her when she was back in position. When you come back down. If you land on your feet. I hope you find a way. To make it back to me. I'm not even going out with him. He asked me to the dance, Ichigo. I said, yes. What's the big deal? She asked incredulously. He's a scumbag, he yelled, not holding it back. And why do you care if I go with a scumbag? Because I care about you, you idiot. You deserve better, he yelled with a frown. When you come around. I'll be there for you. Don't have to be alone. With what you're going through. And who is better, Ichigo? She said, her yelling dying down from his last statement. He opened his mouth to respond, but couldn't and closed his mouth, speechless. Her violet eyes were now softer than before as they searched his amber. He took a deep swallow. Since you weren't going to ask me, why shouldn't I have said, yes, she said softly. Start to breathe and fake a smile. It's all the same after a while. I know that you are tired. His face lost its hard demeanor as he stared straight back at her. If I asked you, would you? She slowly smiled sweetly up at him. I would have a long time ago. Carrying the ones you lost. A picture frame with all the thoughts I know you hold inside. That seemed like so long ago to him, and it was only until recently that he realized that he had everything back then. He didn't need anything else. But fate took place, and everything good in his world started to rot. Not because it had to, but because he let it. I hope that you can find your way back. To the place where you belong. He blinked his eyes a few times and then noticed he was next. He walked up and placed the book down on the table. She took it without looking up. Who do I make this out to? She asked, opening up to the cover page. When you come back down. If you land on your feet. I hope you find a way. To make it back to me. She read the words over and over until the words were echoing in her head. If I asked you, would you? She let out a breath and then looked up. He was obviously trying to blend in, but she saw his vibrant hair peeking through the beanie. And although his strong amber eyes were hidden under the sunglasses, she knew he was staring intently at her. When you come around. I'll be there for you. Don't have to be alone. With what you're going through. She frowned and looked straight where she thought his eyes were. I would have a long time ago, she finished, but added, but not anymore. She looked around him. Next please, she said, avoiding his stare. I'm not leaving without a chance to talk to you, he said in a soft tone, placing his palms down on the table and leaning closer. You're coming back down. You said you feel lost, can I help you find it? When you come around. From time to time, we all are blinded. We already did that, and do you remember how that turned out? Not very good, Ichigo, she said in irritation. Well then you don't have to talk, just listen, he pushed. She just shook her head continuously. You're coming back down. You don't have to tell me what you're feeling. I know what you're going through. I won't be the one who lets go of you. He reached up and pulled his glasses off. Rukia, he said softly, staring back into her violets. Please, he said in a begging, soft tone. She saw that hopeful look, that look in his eyes that had totally vanished after the incident, that look that showed he was in fact human. She sighed and broke the gaze, looking down at the still open book where the words still haunted her. I think it's time to just move on. The look in his eyes gave her the feeling that he wasn't the same boy that let her walk out of his life without a care. He was different, yet he was the same as the boy she first fell in love with those many years ago. When you come back down. If you land on your feet. I hope you find a way. To make it back to me. I should be done in 20 minutes, she said quietly. He smiled and put the sunglasses back on. Can I still have my book signed? He asked with a smirk. When you come around. I'll be there for you. Don't have to be alone. With what you're going through. She glared at him, but bent her head down to start writing, trying to hide the smile on her face. She wrote and gave it back to him. "To moron," he read out loud after he walked a few steps away. "Next." Rukia yelled, causing the crowd to move. "When you come back down. If you land on your feet. I hope you find a way to make it back to me. When you come around. I'll be there for you. Don't have to be alone with what you're going through." Chapter 4, My Immortal. So what if it ended up being longer than she said it would? I mean, 20 minutes may have been a little underestimating 3 hours, but what right did he have to get said? Well, he had a little right, but if he wanted to get on her good side again, he would have to deal with it. So he chose, after an hour, to sit down at a table and relax. Apparently he relaxed too much because in no time, he was asleep with his head resting on his folded arms on the table. Rukia smiled to herself as time went by. After 20 minutes, she noticed Ichigo getting fidgety in the far right corner of the giant bookstore. She knew it wasn't going to be over that quick, but she enjoyed making him wait longer. After an hour she saw him actually sit down, and then he didn't move for about another 2 hours, so she could only assume he was asleep, or dead. It didn't really matter either way to her. It was now about 9 at night and she had just waved goodbye to her last fan, who was exiting the now closing bookstore. She smiled at how the event turned out, but then her eyes caught sight of a particular orange-headed man whose hair was showing a lot more now. She sighed and made her way to him. She went to reach out and shake him, but she paused in the middle of her reach. Her careless expression changed into a saddened one. She watched him breathe in and out delicately, his face seemed so relaxed. Her mind brought her back to a different time. She wore a huge smile on her face as she tried not to giggle from anticipation. She looked down at his sleeping form on his bed where he laid with the covers only covering him to his waist, revealing a shirtless upper body. He was lying on his back with his head turned to the side, a cheek resting on his pillow. She had climbed in through the window and took her seat on the edge of his bed. She finally bent down slowly and kissed his cheek gently. She then moved her mouth to his ear and whispered, "Happy 18th birthday, Ichigo." His mouth formed into a smile without opening one eye. Then, without warning, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her against him, then pulling the covers over her as well as she joined him in the bed. She was somewhat startled, but when his lips met hers, she melted. He pulled away from her and moved a strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you," he said with a genuine smile. Rukia chuckled at him and then went to move out of the bed, but his grip around her waist grew tighter as he pulled her back against his body. Her hands were placed against his chest. "Ichigo, come on. I have the whole day planned out. We can't waste time just sitting around," she said in a lecturing tone. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Who said we'd just be sitting around?" "I had something in mind," he said, going to kiss her, but she placed her pointer finger in front of his approaching lips, causing him to not reach her. "I put a lot of work into today, and if you think you can just change everything like that, you've got another thing she started but was interrupted by Ichigo grabbing her wrist, pushing it away gently and then moving in and claiming her lips. He pulled away from her for a second to look at her reaction. She sighed. "I hate you," she said with a small smile. He smirked. "You could never hate me," he said in response as she moved her hands behind his neck. She shook her head with a matching smirk and went for another, but more passionate kiss. Rukia stared at his motionless form with a soft expression on her face. The corners of her lips were the tiniest bit curved, giving the possibility of a smile, but it quickly fell. She then frowned and picked up her book that he was still carrying around. Then, she dropped it on the table from about 2 feet in the air, causing a loud thud. Ichigo jumped and almost fell out of his seat as he looked around frantically. He then took a deep breath as he saw her frowning down at him. "I'm done," she said coldly, crossing her arms over her chest. He sighed as he looked down at the table. "About time," he mumbled. "What was that?" Rukia questioned, knowing full well what he said. He smiled up at her. "Nothing." He began rubbing the back of his neck with his left hand as he stood up. Can we go for a walk or something? She sighed and made her way to the door, but stopped noticing he wasn't following. She turned around halfway. Are you coming or not? She said somewhat bitterly. Yeah, he said, flustered as he jogged up next to her. Orihime sighed as Ishida handed her a cup of coffee. There's no way this is going to be easy for him, Orihime said with disappointment. He nodded in agreement as they took a seat at a table. Kurosaki's screwed. He kept a pretty fast pace as they walked down the sidewalk of the well-lit roads. The streetlights were spaced about 20 feet away, but the lighting from the buildings gave plenty luminosity. Well, if you're going to continue to practically run, what's the DMN point? He said, finally stopping his attempt to catch up. She huffed loudly and spun around. Talk. He took a deep breath and walked up to her as she stood crossing her arms over her chest. I know we've been through a lot of shit, Rukia. I get that. And I'll dash, he started, but she held her hand up, and then quickly held her pointer finger up. First, can you take that ridiculous hat off? I can't take you serious with it on, she said in a cold tone, yet it almost sounded like a jest. He raised an eyebrow and pulled it off his head with his left hand, revealing his bright orange hair. What's wrong with a beanie? He asked in defense, rubbing his hand through his spiky locks to avoid hat hair. Nothing. There's just something wrong with you wearing it. I told you a long time ago you weren't a hat person, Ichigo, she said, almost sounding civil. He gave a chuckle. Yeah, you did, didn't you? He said, staring at her for a moment in silence. The way she said that brought him back to their quarreling days when everything was perfect. Rukia could tell he was somewhat lost in his thoughts, so she cleared her throat for him. He was somewhat startled and thought he saw her smirking at his behavior, but it quickly washed away. I'll admit that I was but I can't change any of that now. All I can do is hope you can forgive me, and maybe even one day you won't hate me and we can be friends again. He gave his attempt at an apology as he felt the fear of rejection move throughout his entire body, making him feel incredibly small at that moment. I'm so tired of being here. Suppressed by all my childish fears. And if you have to leave, I wish that you would just leave. 'Cause your presence still lingers here. And it won't leave me alone. Rukia stared at him intently as her arms fell slowly to her side. It was as if she was looking for something deep inside him that only she could find. She knew by every movement, every breath that he took, he was putting himself out in the open for any sort of pain. He was allowing himself to be vulnerable, like a small child, for once in his life. She knew him to be this headstrong man that would rarely let anyone in to see the real Ichigo, but right then, at that very moment, he was showing everything he had to give, not with words, but with his actions. But to be honest, this scared the hell out of her. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. She took a deep swallow and crossed her arms over her chest again. She raised her chin slightly to regain her thoughts to respond. That's why you still don't understand, Ichigo, she sighed, closing her eyes for a moment, but then continued. I could never hate you, she said, her voice beginning to tremble from memories swarming through her mind. When you cried I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years. But you still have all of me. She bent her head to the ground and took a deep breath. Her crossed arms now fell to hug her waist, showing vulnerability. What is it that you want? Is it forgiveness? Is that you want? She looked up with water-filled eyes and a desperate voice. Because I'll give it to you if that's what you really want. He looked at her with equally sad eyes. He spoke softly, not wanting to urge any outbursts. No, you wouldn't. The way you speak to me, the way you look at me. You still hold a grudge. You used to captivate me. By your resonating light. Now I'm bound by the life you left behind. Your face it haunts my once pleasant dreams. Your voice it chased away. All the sanity in me. She was about to speak as the bulge in her throat seemed to grow bigger, but Ichigo cut her off, holding up his hand to stop her. And I don't blame you, he said in complete understanding. Her face looked surprised by his statement, and when she noticed this, she bowed her head to hide her face. She didn't notice as he began to walk up to her slowly. She gripped her shirt in her fists as she tried to hold back tears. Part of me wants to run, but another part of me wants him to hold me. I want to feel his warmth as his arms encase me in a world where I could easily get lost in. But, I can't dash. Her thoughts were interrupted as Ichigo reached up and softly held her chin in his right hand. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. He looked at her violet eyes. His chest ached as he knew the pain he saw was caused by him. He wanted to give everything he could to stop it. He spoke with determination, but sensitivity as well. 2 years ago, I lost the love of my life. But the part you don't realize is, 2 years ago I lost something else as well, my best friend, he said, causing a tear to get loose and fall down her cheek. He moved his hand from under her chin to her cheek where he wiped the stray tear away. And I miss her, he added, causing her to close her eyes and her jaw to tremble. And I want her to fill that empty space in my life again. When you cried I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years. But you still have. All of me. She slowly moved her left hand up and placed it on his, which was still gently on her cheek. He took in the warmth of her hand, the relatively small size compared to his. It felt amazing to feel her touch again. She then moved her fingers to grip him so that she was holding the back of his hand in hers. And then, she pulled it away from her face. Her eyes opened up and stared into his now hopeless ambers. She hesitated, but spoke as the air seemed to have trouble staying in her lungs. I can't, she said softly, and then dropped his hand, after a bright flash was seen from her right. I've tried so hard to tell myself that you're gone. But though you're still with me, I've been alone all along. The two looked and saw a man holding a camera across the street. Hey, Kurosaki. Kuchiki. You two an item or something, he yelled as he flashed another picture. Ichigo felt fire burn in his eyes and his nostrils flared as he stared at the man. Rukia frowned slightly. She then turned and ran. She went around the corner and then down an alleyway in the street. When you cried I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years. But you still have. All of me. Ichigo began to run after her, but after he was halfway through the alley, it broke into 2 directions and he lost her. He breathed heavily as he leaned his back against the alley wall and then leaned his head back to look up at the sky. He stayed like that for a few minutes, replaying the past few events in his head. And then, like it was fate, the rain came down. It was fast and heavy. He let out a disgusted chuckle and closed his eyes with his head still tilted towards the sky. She continued to run. She knew her way around now, considering she needed ways to avoid the public sometimes. She knew exactly where she was going and she made there in record time. All of me. Rukia ran into the desolate park and straight up to her special spot overlooking the lake. She stood there looking at it as her breathing was hard. Her eyes were slightly red now from crying and her cheeks were stained with tears. All of me. You did it again, Rukia. You ran away. How many times is it now? She berated herself as she frowned towards the lake. Then, as if it wasn't bad enough, the rain began to pour down. She let out a loud sigh and looked up to the sky. Thanks, she yelled bitterly. She was already soaked, so there was no point in running for cover. Besides, she liked the idea of her tears being washed away by the rain. So she sat down on the wet grass and watched the ripples grow in the lake. She watched as each drop made its own way into the water, eventually becoming one with it. It was calming her senses and mesmerizing her. Then, she spoke out loud. Why is it that no one ever hears a single drop of rain? It is only until 1,000 drops fall when they are finally heard. But why is it that when 1,000 hearts are falling, that isn't heard? If no one can hear that, how will a single heart be heard? She stared emotionless at the still rippling water. That's how I'll start my next book. Rukia, came a yell from the front door of the young raven-haired writer's residence. Rukia, they yelled again as they slowly closed the door behind them after not receiving an answer. The young, strawberry-blonde journalist peeked in the kitchen and then the living room. She scratched her head in confusion as the house remained silent. She then made her way up the stairs calling to her friend once again, but still no answer. She finally made it to her room, where she saw it was empty. She sighed and then turned around. Then, a room across the landing with its door closed caught her eye. She made her way to it, finally knocking, seeing as it was closed. She then opened it slowly. Rukia. Hey, are you in here? She asked as her eyes searched the room. Then, they finally settled on the petite female. She was sitting at a desk with scattered papers all over it and also all over the floor. But she sat there with her laptop placed directly in front of her. Her mind was obviously lost inside it at the moment. She was typing so fast, Orihime would have assumed she wasn't even making out words and just hitting the keyboard randomly. Orihime then examined the girl from afar in silence. Rukia was dressed in a black hoodie with a pair of black, comfortable short shorts. Her hair was pulled back to what was the closest thing she could do to a ponytail, with loose strands framing her face. Orihime smiled as she realized this is exactly where her best friend had been for the past 4 days. She doubted any sleep, except for the occasional rest on the keyboard, but that was about it. Orihime walked further in and stood about 8 feet away from Rukia, with her hands folded innocently in front of her. Writer's block, huh? Orihime said, her head was tilted to the side with a large smile across her face. She followed it with a giggle as Rukia turned her head in surprise. Rukia grinned, since when are you one for sarcasm? Orihime chose the question to be rhetorical and laughed again. I realize today I've been going for 4 days now, Rukia said with a chuckle. It's weird how I still don't feel tired or anything. I never can keep track of time when this happens. Orihime suddenly felt awkward. Well, that's kind of why I'm here. I was wondering if you've turned on a television any time lately. Rukia sat back in her chair and spun it around to face Orihime. The petite girl rubbed the back of her neck in an attempt to ease the only then noticed ache. She then brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear as she responded. Oh no, I don't like the sound of that, she said in a monotone, expressing predicted stress. Orihime gave an apologetic look. Yeah, I don't think you'll like the look of it either, she said grabbing the remote controller off the top of the table near the flat-screen plasma television mounted on the wall. She turned it on and put on the news. Rukia sat leaning back in her chair with her elbow propped up on the armrest of the chair, her cheek putting all of its weight on her palm as she continued to look at the screen unenthused. And after this recent occurrence, it has been declared that the pop diva has been instituted in a prestigious mental hospital for being recognized for bipolar activity. And on to a much lighter note, it was found that a few nights ago our recently returned heartthrob and magical musician, Ichigo Kurosaki was spending a night with the very beautiful and elegant well-known writer, Rukia Kuchiki. Here are some photos of the two looking quite close on a street corner near the bookstore where Kuchiki had her book signing that day. Could this be the next celebrity couple? We'll keep you posted on our research. Now, we'll take a look at the next dash. The television was then turned off abruptly by Orihime as she turned to see her best friend's reaction to the news. The raven-haired woman was staring at the black screen with her jaw hanging open. Her eyes were glaring in disbelief. They sat in silence for about 10 seconds before Orihime began to question her. Ruck dash. You've got to be FNG kidding me, the petite girl growled out as she jumped to her feet. Why the hell do they want me to be dating someone so goddamn much? And with him? Are they FNG nuts? Well, you can't blame them really. Those were some pretty believable assumptions coming from with those pictures. He had his hand on your cheek and then your hand on his hand. It looks pretty suggestive to me. What was that about anyway? Orihime questioned interestedly. Rukia began pacing around the room while she rubbed her temples with both hands. It was him trying to apologize and wanting to be friends. I was crying and everything and then he tried to comfort me. But what the DMN pictures don't show is me taking his hand off my cheek. She let out a loud groan, gah. Oh. Well, that does make things complicated, Orihime said almost to herself. Well, you know it's not true, so it shouldn't be a problem. Rukia stopped and looked at her friend with an incredulous look on her face. Are you serious? Not only does this affect my emotional status by the subject of him coming up again, but now it has the DMN world involved. Just imagine, award-winning writer has a mental breakdown caught on tape as she was approached in a local mall. Orihime walked over and put her hands on Rukia's shoulders to get her attention completely. Okay, calm down. That won't happen and you'll be fine. Just remember, if you're asked by a reporter if you're seeing Ichigo, just set them straight. Tell them there was a misunderstanding and that you two are just old friends. That will end the suspicion. Rukia stared wide-eyed at her friend until she finished. She then closed her eyes and bent her head down towards the floor. She took a deep breath and looked back up. You're right. I'm freaking out over nothing. It's a sensitive subject. And to have it on the news like that, it's just dash. Orihime smiled politely. I know. So, are you okay now? Rukia nodded with a small smile. Good. Now I want you to get yourself in the shower and get dressed. I'm taking you out for some real food. I can only assume you've been living off Pop-Tarts and croutons, Orihime said with an all-knowing smile. Rukia let out a chuckle. You know me too well. I'll go pull myself together then, she said, making her way out of the room. So how much did you get done exactly? Orihime yelled from to the next room as she approached the laptop. Rukia yelled back, I'm on chapter 8. Help yourself, if you want. Orihime walked over and sat down as she scrolled up to the beginning. That's a lot of writing. It wasn't triggered by anything in particular, was it? She said in a suggestive tone with a smirk on her face. Shut it. The only thing that moron triggered was a potential but whooping for anyone that sees me off about the subject, the woman yelled from the next room. The shower went on seconds later. So you've been hanging out with Yuryu, huh? Rukia smirked and raised an eyebrow at the fact as she took another bite of her burger. Orihime blushed slightly from the remark. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I mean, I used to have such a big crush on him in high school. Then we went our separate ways and I never tired anything. He's so shy. It's adorable. Orihime found herself staring into space as she spoke about someone who gave her butterflies. Rukia couldn't help but grin. Come back down to earth now, Orihime. You said, you were treating me to lunch, remember? I can't have you taking off on me now, she joked. Orihime smiled, not helping the matter. Sorry. Then, her phone went off. Oh sorry, 1 second. She frowned with confusion. But isn't Ms. Wiro supposed to be covering that? Her face immediately brightened up. I'll be there right away. Thank you, she hung up and started to rummage through her purse. Rukia raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Where you off to? They read my report on your book signing. They loved its character and everything, so they decided to give me an interview with the recently instituted pop diva we saw on television today. She pulled out her wallet. That's amazing, Orihime. Great job. Rukia said with excitement. Orihime then gave a sad face. I'm sorry I'm ditching you for this. Rukia gave an understanding smile. Honestly, if you didn't ditch me for this, I would hurt you, she responded with a chuckle. And put your wallet away. I've got it. Orihime shook her head. No, it's the least I can do for slipping out early. Besides, I said I was treating you anyway, she said, placing money on the table and then standing up. Orihime bent down and hugged Rukia, as the smaller woman said, "Good luck," in her ear. "Thanks. See ya," the strawberry blonde said and then exited. Rukia sighed and finished her last few fries before standing up and making her way to the door. By the time she opened the door it was too late. The flashes went berserk and the crowd of paparazzi was shoving microphones in her face. Aside from that, there was another crowd around them of curious people, hoping to get an eye on the celebrity. "Is it true you are now dating possibly the most famous musician of our time? Are you aware of the amount of heartbroken females in the world because of your new relationship with Kurosaki? How did it all begin? You two are an adorable couple. What made you pick him out of the many dying to woo you?" Rukia held up her hands to calm them down a bit and put on her fake smile. "Well, actually, Ichigo and I are not a couple. We're childhood friends. That's it. Nothing more." She began to push her way through, ignoring more questions, but before she made it out of the crowd of paparazzi and into the civilian crowd, another man stood in front of her. "Are you sure there is nothing going on? These pictures show something else," he said, holding the picture that was probably known by the whole world now, in front of her face. Her eyes continued to stare at the picture for a few good seconds before they began to burn holes through it. Her breathing grew heavy. "Looks like you were all over each other to me," he added as flashes continued to blind her. She quickly turned her head to the man and without a second thought, she threw her fist into his jaw, causing a loud gasp to fill the air, but the cameras didn't stop. God forbid the cameras stop. The man was now on the floor and Rukia made it her goal to get the hell out of there before something bad happens. She made it into the civilian crowd, but then she was grabbed by the arm and pulled away down a nearby alley. She continued to be pulled by someone wearing a motorcycle helmet until they made it out into a parking garage. She yanked her arm away and glared at whoever pulled her, ready to give them a piece of her mind until they turned to face her and pulled off their motorcycle helmet. "Well, if you wanted to make the news 2 nights in a row, you could have been less violent about it. You'll be lucky if the guy doesn't press charges," he said in disbelief, holding his helmet under his arm. She glared. "You are seriously the last person I want to see right now," she spat at him. "I didn't do anything. Don't blame this on me. That picture was just taken at the wrong time," he said defensively. "Oh God. Just shut up," she said in a tired tone as she buried her face in her hands. "Just shut up and let me think." He made a loud sigh and watched as she breathed in and out slowly with her hands still covering her face. "Oh God, I don't even have a way to get home. Orihime drove me," she said, losing all hope and leaning against a nearby car. Ichigo looked at her with a tiny bit of pity. "I'll take you home." She let out a fake laugh. "Oh yeah. That'll happen," she said sarcastically. He scowled at her. "I'm serious. You don't have a ride and you'll be attacked by another group like those back there if you try to walk home," he said, pointing in a direction like he could still see the mob. She looked at him and spoke in her same sharp attitude. "And if they see me with you they'll just make more ridiculous assumptions." He smirked. "They won't see you," he said, holding his helmet to her. She stared at it for a moment and then frowned. She turned her head to look away, but spoke. "But don't you need one?" she said in a monotone, trying to sound like she doesn't care. He smirked even more. "Does it really matter to you? I thought splitting my head open would sound good to you right now," he said jokingly. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle and a small smirk. "You know me too well," she said, grabbing the helmet and putting it on. He nodded and began to walk away as she followed. He sat down on his bike and put on a pair of sunglasses as he started it up. He then turned and noticed how she just stood there, not getting on. He raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing? I always hated this thing. It scared me to death whenever you made me get on the back of it," she said with attitude. "Well, this isn't the same bike," he said in response, being a smartass. She huffed loudly and sat behind him. She put her arms on his back to brace herself. Before Ichigo spoke again with a big grin on his face, "This one can go faster." And he hit the gas, causing her to wrap her arms completely around his waist as she let out a screech. When he pulled up to her house, the man at the gate let them through, so he pulled up to her front door. He got off the bike and then held out his hand to help her off, which she hesitantly took. She took off her helmet, revealing a breathtaking face that wanted to fall to the ground. "Too fast," he said sarcastically. She was too tired or too shaken up to glare, but instead settled for an insult. "You're an butt," she said, shoving his helmet into his stomach and brushing past him and going to her door. He coughed a little from the impact of the helmet and then began to get on his bike again before she turned around and looked at him again. "Why were you there anyway?" "No reason. Just walking by." She squinted at him. "I don't believe you." He shrugged. "Suit yourself," he said, staring the motorcycle up. She then got his attention again. "Hey." He looked up at her in response. "Thank you. For, helping me out back there. Not just with the ride, the whole crowd thing too," she said awkwardly. He smirked at her. "No problem. If I ever knock some guy out who is asking annoying questions, you better be there to bail me out." She let a smile grace her face unknowingly and shook her head. "I'll see ya," he said. "We'll see about that." He smirked. "That's not a no." She raised an eyebrow. "That's not a yes either." He chuckled. "We'll see about that," he said finally before putting on his helmet and speeding off. Chapter 5, Dizzy. "What? Don't look at me like that. Don't judge me. You don't know what happened," Rukia said in defense, only receiving looks that said they didn't believe her. She was sitting on a couch in her living room, with Oriheim sitting on the edge next to her. Ranjaku stood leaning against the wall 10 feet away and Momo sat on the arm of a recliner. "Oh yeah? Then what did happen?" "We were already filled in on the photo explanation from Oriheim. What's your excuse for this one?" Ranjaku said, pointing her thumb behind her to the television. It showed a clip of Rukia delivering a nice polisher to a photographer's face. They replayed it about 5 times before saying the photographer had decided to press charges for the assault. Rukia sighed. "He deserved it really," she said under her breath, avoiding eye contact with the three of them as she crossed her arms over her chest. "And why is that? You do know you could go to jail for this, right?" Momo questioned in concern. "He threw this picture in my face and kept saying shit that wasn't true," she yelled with anger flaming off her tongue. She held the paper up in front of her to show them, which had a huge picture plastered all over it of that night, and then next to one of her knocking out the photographer. "WA. Someone call the fire department because someone needs to be hosed down," Ranjaku said, holding her hands up to show no offense. Rukia exhaled sharply. "Sorry," she said sheepishly. "You want to hear something more ridiculous?" she said in an amused tone, laced in the feeling of being pathetic. "Sure," Oriheim said, "but first give me that." "It's probably best if we throw this out," she said, taking the newspaper out of her hands. Momo nodded. "I'll take care of the television," she said, hitting the power button. "Who needs television? Honestly?" Ranjaku added. Rukia just raised an eyebrow and shook her head. "Go ahead," Oriheim urged after throwing the paper into the garbage bin. Rukia stuttered, feeling awkward about actually admitting something she did. "Ichigo got me out of that stupid mess and gave me a ride home." The three stood there kind of dumbfounded. They didn't have anything really to say at first. What she had just said went against everything they had heard or learned about, dealing with the subject of Ichigo Kurosaki. It went around any logic Rukia Kuchiki had lived by for the past 2 years. Finally, one spoke. "What in the hell compelled you to do that?" Ranjaku bluntly said. Rukia bowed her head towards her lap. "I don't know," was muffled from her mouth being covered. She popped her head back up, I didn't even give that much of a fight about it either, she whined before burying her face again. Well, you didn't really have a choice, Orihime said sadly and then turned to Ranjaku and Momo. I kinda left her without a ride home. I was in a hurry and dash. It's fine, Orihime. You were excited. I get it. I don't blame you, Rukia said in a tired tone. There was a moment of silence before Momo spoke up. Well, I think it's best if we forget about that at the moment and focus on getting you a lawyer. A DMN good one, I might add, Ranjaku said casually. I agree, Orihime chimed in. And there is only one that I can think of for the job. The three girls looked at each other with a nod, while Rukia sat there in confusion. Wait, who? Oh no, she said in realization. She was determined to avoid this. There's no way. There is just no way, she said standing up and making her way to the kitchen to get herself some coffee. The three followed close behind her as Momo started, come on, Rukia. This isn't the time to be picky. You know he's great at his job. Remember that time when Ranjaku got drunk at Rinji's birthday party last year and she ended up running naked out of the mansion? She went all over the city and even walked through a drive-thru and ordered fries in nothing but her skin. Yeah. I know. She was arrested for indecent exposure. We had to go and bail her out, Rukia said with irritation, but a tinge of amusement. They made it to the kitchen by then. Ranjaku was now leaning on the island in the middle of the room on her elbow so that she was holding up her chin with her palm. That was one of the best nights of my life even if it did involve me sharing a cell with some beastly woman named Strang Aller, she said in a dreamy tone. Must have been Norwegian or something, she said taking it into deep thought. Orihime nodded in agreement with the assumption, while Rukia and Momo stared at the two in disbelief and shook their heads as they tried to push their friend's obliviousness aside. The point is, Rukia, that he was the one that got Ranjaku scot-free of the charge, Momo said, changing the subject. Yeah, he did, Rukia agreed in sarcasm as she poured some sugar into her coffee. His defensive stance was saying that her beautiful body shouldn't be hidden from the world, she mimicked him saying it to the judge. Ranjaku grinned at the memory and Orihime giggled due to this being the first time she had actually heard the story. Rukia had emailed her about the events, but the details were vague. Yes, he did say that, but he also said that it was not necessarily her fault, Momo defended. She then turned to Orihime to explain. He pointed his finger at the guards at the gate of the mansion, saying that they were hired to keep the gates locked from any uninvited guests. Therefore, the gates should have been locked anyway. So if it was that simple for an intoxicated person to breach, then they weren't doing their job correctly, she said as if she was defending Ranjaku at that very moment. Orihime nodded slowly, mouthing a long "oh" in understanding. You have to admit, that's proof that he has some skill, Ranjaku said urging the raven-haired woman to agree. Rukia huffed loudly as she picked up coffee. I never said he wasn't good at his job. I just don't like the fact of who he is exactly, she finished by taking a careful sip out of her mug that said, caution moron, hot. Then, the doorbell rang. Rukia raised an eyebrow and turned her head in the direction of the door, while her lips still touched the rim of her mug. She then looked back at her friends to see if they had any idea. Momo avoided eye contact by looking up at the ceiling as if it was the most fascinating thing in the world. Ranjaku stood up straight and crossed her arms over her chest while a smirk graced her lips. Orihime was shocked by how quickly their guest had arrived and her face showed it. Rukia glared at the three in suspicion as she made her way to the door with her mug in hand. Orihime hurried after her, Rukia. We didn't know he'd be here so fast. We were going to tell you, but it took longer than expected. Rukia made her way through her house with Orihime yelling a few feet behind her. The other two were right behind Orihime. Rukia finally opened the door, causing her mouth to fall slightly ajar. I heard you were in need of a lawyer, he said with a genuine smile as he stood in a suit and tie, only his suit jacket was draped over his shoulder with one hand, while the other was holding a briefcase at his side. You know what, Chad? You could be a little bit more supportive, Ichigo said in annoyance as he sat at the edge of a couch next to his tall, muscular friend. They were playing a video game and the death match was getting intense. I'm just saying, if she cries every time you try to talk to her, then you're probably best not to bother her, he said, moving his body as if it could help as he hit the buttons on his controller. She didn't cry the last time I talked to her and I even saw, haha. I just grenade your butt, big guy. Ichigo responded with a cheer and a grin as he kept his eyes on the screen. He then continued what he was saying, I even saw her smile. I hadn't seen her smile at me since, well, I can't even remember. Chad furrowed his eyebrows in concentration. Well, Rukia isn't a cold-hearted person. You can't expect her to glare at every single thing you do. Chad had just sniped Ichigo out with one shot. Ack. Ichigo responded. I know she's not, but I know she's stubborn as hell. That I agree with, was heard from behind. Ichigo looked over his shoulder for a millisecond and then back at the screen. Ishida stood behind the couch with a Coke in his hand after placing 2 other cans down beside him for the two playing. What happened to the beer? Ichigo asked. Couldn't find any, Ishida responded as he watched the screen intently. Oh right. I forgot to refill the fridge when I got back. Haven't been food shopping yet, Chad responded. He had been gone for a week after going on a trip to get some snowboarding done. He was a professional and even won a silver medal, but it was in the off-season at the moment. He would take little trips like that to make sure he didn't lose his stability in his profession. Bummer, Ichigo replied. Oh, and you two better show up later. I need all the help I can get. What's later? Chad asked, being clueless. Ishida took another sip of his Coke. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ichigo made a loud huff in irritation. I told you both 2 days ago. He looked at them hoping it would trigger a memory, but it was to his disappointment. I'm hosting a charity event for the children's hospital, he tried again to remind them. I invited a bunch of celebs. He looked at them expectantly, but it looked like this was the first time they heard this. God DMN, just be there at 3, he said, picking up the soda and opening it. The two nodded in agreement. Sure, but back to the Rukia issue. How do you think you're going to see her again? I mean, I think your best bet is to make it seem like a coincidence that you meet again. It was too close last time, Ishida said before taking a drink out of his can. Yeah, I know. But I was lucky you told me Orihime was taking her for lunch. Otherwise, I couldn't have gotten her out of that mess and I couldn't have gotten a step closer to her forgiving me, he replied, gritting his teeth at the game. You're welcome. And Chad just owned you, Ishida said calmly as he saw Chad win the match. Chad stood up and silently raised both his arms in accomplishment. DMN, Ichigo said in exhaustion as he continued to stare at the screen, or more like through the screen. Ichigo, Chad said with a serious tone. Not to sound cruel or anything dash. Spit it out, Chad, Ichigo said sharply as he continued to stare into the screen. Chad stared at his friend for a moment. What makes you think she'll ever love you again? Ichigo was silent, but then he spoke softly. I don't care about that. I just want my best friend back. Ishida spoke up now, slightly surprised. Are you saying you don't love her? The orange-headed man was silent once again and continued to stare straight ahead. Then, he spoke. No. Not anymore. They sat there in silence. Chad and Ishida stared at their friend with confusion. They could have sworn that he still had feelings for the girl, but it was either he was in denial or he truly didn't. Ishida scratched the back of his neck and then spoke. Oh, you heard about how that guy is pressing charges against her for knocking him out, right? Ishida said, trying to steer away from the awkward moment. Yeah, Ichigo said in a disappointing tone. I figured he would too. He then turned to look between his two friends. And guess who her lawyer is? Keikayan. Rukia exclaimed. What are you doing here, she questioned knowing full well why he was there, but still couldn't believe it. Ranjaku called me. You do need a lawyer still, right? He asked almost uncomfortably. Yes. I mean, well, I was just surprised to see you, that's all, she said eagerly with a fake smile. Good, he said with another smile placed on his face. Follow me into the kitchen. I'll get you a drink, Rukia said as she ran into the three who finally caught up. Hello ladies, he said politely with a smile as they met his eyes. Hey there, Kurosaki. How's it been? Ranjaku asked casually with a smile. It's been good. What about you? I heard you were planning to expand your company, he asked interestedly. Yes, I was actually. Wow, news travels fast, she stated with a humph. Hey Kyan, Oriheim said with a sweet smile. Oriheim Inoue. Is that you? He asked squinting with a curious smile. She nodded. I haven't seen you years. You look so different. But in a good way, mind you. She blushed slightly. It's good to see you too. Careful, Kyan. Don't let Yuryu hear you say anything like that. They're dating now, Momo added with a mischievous smile. This caused Oriheim to blush even more. Kyan put his hands up to show no offense. The man can't shoot me for stating the truth, now can he? Rukia put her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow. I don't mean to interrupt anything, but I would like to hurry this up a little. I have some things I need to do today. Sorry, Kuchiki. You're completely right. Let's do this, he said in an understanding tone. Alright, well I have to go meet Yuryu in 20 minutes for the children's hospital event. So I'll call you later Rukia, Oriheim said heading out of the door. Yeah, and I've got to go take Momo for some shopping. She needs my help to pick something out for her to wear when she goes on that talk show tomorrow, Ranjaku explained pushing Momo towards the door. We'll see ya, Rukia. Momo said with a wave of her hand as the two followed Oriheim out of the door. Right. So do you need a drink? Rukia asked after turning to Kyan. No, I'm fine. Let's just get this started, shall we? He asked with a smile. She nodded and led him into the living room. She sat down on the couch she had moments ago been sitting on with Oriheim, only now it was Kyan in her friend's place. She couldn't believe it actually. She hadn't spoken to the eldest Kurosaki child since he went off to college. That was 4 years ago. 3 years before it all changed for the Kurosaki family. He opened his briefcase and pulled out a manila folder and placed it on his lap. He looked up suddenly. He looked deep into her violet eyes, which startled her. Her eyes went even wider, allowing him to see more. Before we get into this, I need you to answer me straight out, he began with a serious tone matching with his serious face. His casual and laid-back attitude that she had known growing up and had been reacquainted with just moments ago disappeared. He was getting down to business, something she didn't expect. He continued without waiting for an answer. I would usually start off asking if you did in fact do what you have been accused of, but since the entire world can Google the evidence of you knocking the sheet out of that photographer, I figured we could skip that question, he said with a slight smirk, which quickly diminished before the next question. Why did you do it? He added before she could feel even a little embarrassed from his first statement. She knew exactly why she did it. She didn't have a problem admitting it either. What the problem really was the fact of who it was she had to admit it to, Kyan Kurosaki, older brother of the reason she was in this mess. So she decided to buy herself some time in order to decide what to do about the situation. Why did I do it? She repeated the question as she stared blankly at him. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Why did you do it? Well, you see. She started before drifting off and looking away towards the floor. Rukia, he said sternly, causing her to jolt her head up from the floor. I can't help you unless you tell me, he said sincerely. She sighed, finally realizing she had to speak. They all were asking me about your DMN brother and if we were dating. Most of them didn't even ask that and just started making assumptions. It was getting to me. Then this guy comes up and shoves that DMN picture in my face, saying something about how the picture shows otherwise. And then I lost it, she said with her annoyance showing towards the end of her explanation. He nodded. He already knew it was something along the lines of that, but he needed to hear it from his client's lips. It just pushed you too far, huh? He asked, letting his business attitude falter. Rukia was getting a little more comfortable. It's just a touchy subject for me. Ichigo and I, we have a past. One that left great memories, yeah, she said as if answering her own question. But it also left painful ones. To have them keep pushing it on me like that, they don't know what it's doing to me, she said, letting herself be vulnerable in front of him surprisingly. He gave her a soft, understanding smile. I got ya, Kuchiki. I can't even imagine what it was like for you being alone with him during that time. His face was now apologetic. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. If I had been, I might have been able to prevent all of the stuff between you he began but was cut off by Rukia holding her hand up to stop him. No. It wasn't your fault, Kyan. It happened on its own. I'm glad you didn't have to see your brother like that, she said with pain showing on her face even though she tried to hide it. Kyan still felt regret. Sure, he didn't have to see him in that state, but he was his older brother. It was his job to look after him and he didn't. His mind snapped back to the present and he saw Rukia staring off into a different world with her eyes glanced down towards the table where his briefcase sat. She really was different. He remembered the way she was when she was 10 years old. She kicked Ichigo's but way back then. Now, the woman sitting in front of him was like a stranger. She was distant and seemed exhausted. What happened to you, Rukia? He asked softly, causing her to look back at him with surprise. What? She asked with wide eyes. You're so different. I know it's been a few years, but this isn't the woman I remember at all. The Rukia I grew up with was spunky and had that rebellious attitude that could kick anyone's butt for even thinking about backtalking you. She let out a single chuckle as she stared into her lap with silence. It's like you ran out of gas and are stuck on the side of the road, he said, tilting his head slightly to catch a better glimpse at her face. She chuckled a little more, and then spoke with sad amusement. I guess the tow truck still hasn't come yet. You could always ask for a ride, Rukia, he said sincerely as she raised her head to stare straight into his eyes. Are you going to give me a ride, Kyan? She asked with a sad smile. He smiled. You wouldn't let me, he started. You're still waiting for that tow truck to come. She frowned slightly in disappointment. Why? She asked softly. He still smiled sweetly, even though she was showing melancholy. Because it's too precious for you to leave behind. She exhaled, closed her eyes and shook her head. I can't. I can't do this, Kyan. It's too hard. He placed his hand gently on her forearm to grab her attention. No matter what happens, he's always going to be someone important in your life. He's your friend, Rukia. And whether you want to admit it or not, you've missed that guy who knew exactly when you were upset, even though you tried to hide it. You missed that guy who knew everything about you, so you never had to explain yourself. You missed that guy who was willing to give you his shirt after you lost your bikini top in the pool filter, he added with a smirk. Hey! He said he never told anyone about that, she exclaimed in disbelief. He ignored her exclaim as he continued to smirk and continue his speech. But most of all, you miss him. And I'm not saying anything about feelings or anything, so don't go taking my advice as something it's not, he said defensively, seeing the look she was giving him. All I'm saying is that it's been long enough. You guys were always close, even before you two hooked up. So stop pushing something you want out of your life. Let the past go already. It's obvious he's changed from the miserable mess he used to be. She sighed and looked away from him. Kyan? She asked softly. Yeah, he answered. What if I can't promise you that I'll change anything? It's just, Not as simple as you think, she said innocently. He smiled sadly at her. Rukia, he started, which caused her to look back at him. I'm not doing this for just my brother. So don't act like you'd be doing me any favors. I'm saying all of this so that you'll do yourself a favor. She gave him a pitiful smile, thanks. But I still don't know if I can't do that yet. Friends is a stage I'll have to work myself into if anything. He nodded a few times, just think about it. He started to put things back into his briefcase and then stood up. Wait. We barely discussed anything, Rukia said eagerly, seeing he was getting ready to leave. He smiled down at her, I think we said more than enough. Don't worry. I'll cook up some bullshit excuse and you'll be out of this in no time. I've got to go meet another client, he said, beginning to make his way towards the door. She got up and followed him. They stood at the door for a moment and he smiled down on her, I'll be calling you. She smiled back, and for the first time today, he got a glimpse of the young girl he remembered. Thanks, Kyan. For everything. He then reached out and quickly wrapped his arms around her, which she was startled by at first, but then relaxed into his embrace. Anytime, he said into her ear and then backed away. He walked out of the door and before she shut it behind him, he turned. I almost forgot. There's a charity event today. It's supposed to be raising money for the children's hospital, but the main thing is to spend time with the kids. Maybe you should check it out. Besides, it's not a bad thing to do charity work when you're being sued, he said with a suggestive smirk. He then turned around and gave a wave without looking back. Rukia had an understanding look on her face as she shook her head at his constant attempt, although he did have a point about the lawsuit part. She then shut the door and slid her back against the door. She took a deep breath. She then made her way upstairs and into her bedroom where she stood in front of her mirror. She took in her appearance. Was she really that different? Whatever happened to the girl of 3 years ago? Was she so exhausted? This was a revelation for her. She didn't want to be different. She didn't want to be exhausted. Her eye caught sight of her dresser. There wasn't anything in particular that attracted her to it, but at that moment, it must have been her subconscious mind that led her to it. She walked over to her dresser and pulled open the drawer where a small box rested. The box contained the few possessions of her past that she still had. She took it to her bed and sat down with it on her lap. She pulled out an envelope with Rukia written on it. Then, she pulled out a small pocket-sized notebook that said "Private" on it and placed it next to the envelope. Finally, she got to a picture. The two of them were not facing the camera, but instead, each other. He had his arms around her waist, pulling her closer, while she had her arms wrapped around his neck. She was laughing, while he grinned at her, their foreheads touching. It really was a great picture. She smiled at it, surprisingly. She then saw the small, hand-sized chappy stuffed animal that said, "Best friend," on its stomach. He had given that to her for her 12th birthday. She held it tightly and then thought of the present situation. She could stay home, write a few more chapters due to sudden inspiration, or she could go help out with the children's hospital. She was also a selfless person, so deep down she knew which one she would pick, it's just it wasn't that simple. He was going to be there. She heard about the event a week ago. He always had a weakness for kids, so even if she didn't hear about him running it, she knew he would probably be there anyway. She then took another deep breath and then looked at her watch, 2:15. She looked at the stuffed animal one last time before nodding to it as if giving it an answer. I guess I should get ready, she said lazily to herself as got ready to take a shower. Alright, so repeat that again. What did you want to do? Ichigo asked the two standing in front of him again. He thought he misunderstood them. We want to teach a few kids some boxing lessons, Tatsuki repeated with Rinji nodding in agreement. Ichigo looked at them with disbelief. The kids are in a hospital. You can't just have them throwing punches at each other. They end up knocking IVs out and God, it's just a terrible idea, he shot them down immediately. Tatsuki frowned and crossed her arms over her chest as Renji huffed, a simple, no, would have worked too, you know. Ichigo sighed. How about you just have Tatsuki show a few moves on you, Renji? Kids love seeing that kind of thing, he suggested. Tatsuki grinned wickedly as she turned to Renji and eyed him. I like that idea, she said, which scared Renji a little. She grabbed his forearm and began to drag him away. Hey! That's not fair. You're a Phrygian, professional boxer, he complained. Ah, don't be such a pansy. Ichigo yelled with a grin, knowing that he'd probably come out of this with a black eye. Ichigo turned around to a table he had been organizing forms and plans out on. He stood, leaning down slightly to sift through them, but through the crowd of volunteers his eyes caught someone unexpected. She was wearing a pair of low-waist, tight jeans, along with a pair of black diesels. A button-down, short-sleeved red blouse with a red camisole underneath it fit her upper body with an attractive grace. He couldn't turn to look at her completely. He didn't want to come off as a desperate man, but who was he kidding? He knew he was one. So he stood there going through a stack of papers as she continued to come straight towards him. You close your eyes and kiss your hand, then you blow it. But it isn't meant for me, and I noticed. If the choice was ours alone, then why'd we both choose letting go? Does it end like this? He saw her turn and wave to Orihime, who was making her way into a room with a tray of ice cream cartons on it. Her smile was true and he took as much time to enjoy the look of it as he could. She used to feel that way towards me. She used to brighten up every time I walked into the room, he thought sadly. Time never had a chance to heal your heart. Just a number always counting down to a new start. If you always knew the truth, then the world will spin around you. Are you dizzy yet? She turned her head back to her destination. He seemed focused on something, on what, she didn't know. Maybe he was organizing details of the event, but his mind did not seem to be where his body was. After waving to Orihime, she realized she shouldn't be smiling so freely. She didn't want him to think everything was A-okay. Respectfully, so in honesty, I'm calling out. Do you hear the conversation we talk about? I'll back away to the safety of a quiet house. If there's half a chance in this moment. When your eyes meet mine, we show it off. He continued to question the situation. Why the hell is she here? She knew I was going to be here. I know she knew that. What happened to her still holding that grudge? She never lets go that easily, he debated with himself. To walk the distance that he saw her from originally was taking a lifetime. All talk and not a lot to think, we're living dreams. And shame never crept close to our naked feet. If there's something left to lose, then don't let me wear out my shoes. That I still walk in. Okay, start breathing, Rukia. Just breathe. The last thing you want is for him to see you anything but calm. You don't want him thinking this is a bigger deal than you want him to think. Just hold on to that not caring about him attitude and keep a tinge of bitterness. It's a small start, but it's still a start, she instructed herself as she almost made it. I tried, but it rang and rang, I called all night. On a payphone, remember those from another life? If everything I meant to you. You can't lick and seal then fold in two. Then I've been so blind. Don't freak out. Don't look needy. Don't say anything that'll ruin everything, he directed himself. If she was still so sad, she wouldn't be here in the same place as you. She wants to talk to you. Why else would she be coming this way? What changed her mind? Respectfully, so in honesty I'm asking now. Do you hear the conversation we talk about? I'll back the way to the safety of a quiet house. If there's half a chance in this moment. When your eyes meet mine, we show it off. She finally made it to the table as she watched him hunched over to reach the table. She was standing to his left when she finally spoke. What do you want me to do? She asked emotionless. He finally turned, his amber met her violet. It was different than the first few times it had happened. It wasn't a surprise, a relief, a struggle, or a painful feeling in the chest, it was almost welcomed, almost time-turning. Take it all back, take your first, your last, your only. Take it all back, everything you showed me. This must be how it feels. And the feeling goes on. He smiled softly at her as she stood there being slightly distant. You could read to a room of 9-year-olds. I hear you're good with books, he suggested with the smile never leaving his face. He saw a glint in her eye and the corner of her lips twitch. She looked away for a second to get a hold of herself and then turned back to him. I told you as I haven't, I never felt this way. You said I have the shot that stops my clock. Baby, it's okay. You said you never have regrets. Jesus, is there someone yet who got that wish? Did you get yours, babe? She let a slight smile show on her face from his effort to make everything right again. That's why she was there after all. Some part of her wanted everything to be right again, some part of her wanted her friend back even after everything that had happened. The human emotions will never truly be understood. Respectfully, so in honesty I'm asking now. Do you hear the conversation we talk about? I'll back away to the safety of a quiet house. If there's half a chance in this moment. When your eyes meet mine, we show it off. Care to show me which room? She said with the small smile still gracing her lips. Their eyes were still searching each other's for meaning. They weren't ready to be deceived for more pain, but they were ready to take a chance for something they've been missing. For the first time in a long time, they saw eye to eye, they saw hope. Of course. Follow me, he said with a smile and then led her in the right direction. When your eyes meet mine, we show it off. Chapter 6, Trip. He was buttoning his black vest over his bright purple dress shirt, while he stood in front of the mirror in his bedroom. He took a glance at his watch and grunted. He was already on his way for not being on time. And it was not the right occasion to be fashionably late. Then, he heard a gasp from his door and looked up to the mirror to see the reflection of the intruder. I knew it. You really are a GGL, she said crossing her arms over her chest with a smirk. And by the looks of it, you might be a gay one. He glared at the raven-haired woman through the mirror. He then looked down at his outfit. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? He said with attitude before he looked back in the mirror at himself. She then walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder as she stared with him into the mirror. When did I ever say anything about your outfit? She said with a smile and a raised eyebrow. She heard a growl coming from deep down in his throat and chuckled. She then turned him towards her with the hand she had placed on his shoulder. She looked down at his almost buttoned-up vest and shook her head as she began to unbutton it. You cannot pull off this outfit and with these colors, no less. He raised an eyebrow at her unbuttoning his vest. A lot had changed in a few months. There was no way she would be standing there taking off his clothes 3 months ago. Well, she wasn't necessarily taking off his clothes. It wasn't like he was stripping off everything, but still. Ever since the charity event they had become more content with each other. She took a step closer to him that day when she asked if she could help. It was then that Ichigo realized she had given him another chance. The next day, Ichigo went to give Rukia a gift that one of the kids she read to, made for her. When he got to her house, she was in the middle of trying to fix the sink in her kitchen, which she had successfully flooded the floor in her attempt. After prying the wrench out of her grasp, he took over. Ever since then, they had been hanging around each other as if they always had been. Rukia was on the second to last button when she glanced up at a staring orange-headed man. What are you staring at, Kurosaki? She said with a raised eyebrow. I can undress myself, you know, he commented with a smile almost escaping. She suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment from her act. She swallowed before replying quickly in order to show her awkward feeling. Well, I wasn't sure, considering you obviously can't dress yourself, she said letting go of the vest and turning towards the closet. Did you seriously come here just to insult me? He asked with a glare as he watched her disappear into his walk-in closet. Although that does sound like fun, he heard her yell from inside before she showed herself holding a blue button-down shirt with black stripes. "I actually came here for this exact reason." "What?" he asked in confusion as he threw his vest on the floor and she approached him with the newly acquired shirt. "You're going on Oriheim's show tonight. She interviews all the big stars now. If you go on there looking like that, you can kiss your goal of being sexiest man alive goodbye." Oriheim had moved quickly through the ranks, and for the past month and a half, she had been given her own interviewing show that airs once a week. Not only is it at prime time, but it is live. "So you think I have a chance, huh?" he said with a smirk. She glared. "You know what? I should have just let you go on live television looking like that. It would have given me a nice hard laugh," she said bitterly. He took a step closer and pinched her cheek lightly. "Ah, you're so cute when you're bitter," he said in a mock tone. She shoved his arm away and pegged the shirt at his face. "Put it on and shut up." He chuckled as he unbuttoned his purple shirt, revealing his chiseled chest. Rukia's eyes settled on his toned skin and watched as more and more of it was exposed as he continued to unbutton in what seemed like slow motion. Then she saw the scar located just around where his heart was. It suddenly hit her how she was staring, so she turned away quickly. "So, you do realize you are going to be late if you don't leave in about 3 minutes, right?" she said as she went to stare at pictures on a dresser. There was one of Chad, Ichigo and Yuria standing next to each other smiling with their arms around each other's shoulders. Another was of Oriheim waving, while Tatsuki had her arm wrapped around Oriheim's neck loosely and rested her chin on the waving girl's shoulder from behind. Then, there was one of the Kurosaki family, the entire Kurosaki family, Ichigo, Isshin, Yuzu, Karen, Kaien and Masaki. They all looked so young and happy in the picture. It triggered a sad smile from Rukia. "Yeah, I know. Tie or no tie?" he questioned as he looked at himself in the mirror. "No tie," she replied without looking. She then saw the last picture on the dresser. She bit her lip at the sight of it. Rukia remembered exactly when it was taken. The two of them were in her room and he was lying on her bed waiting for her to get over her urge to get something on paper. She was sitting at her desk in front of a window with her pen held lightly under chin as she thought. He had called her name, and when she turned to look at him he had snapped the picture. Her head was slightly tilted to the side with the pen still held lightly under her chin. Her hair was pinned up in a loose bun with strands framing her face, and her lips revealed a smile that began to approach the surface. Rukia was still stunned to see this picture as she reached out to touch it, but Ichigo's voice penetrated her thoughts. "God, I got to go." "Any advice?" he said, turning around to face her. She blinked a few times before registering what he said. She then smiled sincerely. "Be honest. If you lie, it'll most likely be found out. And when people find out that someone they love lies to them, they lose faith in them." Ichigo took her words to heart and nodded in understanding. He then walked out of the door, leaving Rukia to stare at her picture again. Suddenly, she felt arms wrap around her before she could see anyone. "Thanks for coming to my rescue," he said softly into her ear before pulling away. She blinked a few times and turned to watch him fly out of the room. Rukia flopped down on her couch and turned on the television. She had a water bottle in her hand as her cell phone on the coffee table buzzed. She leaned over and picked it up. There was a text message from Ranjaku. "Ready to watch your CC musician? F off. I'm just hoping he doesn't make an but out of himself," Rukia texted back. 10 seconds later she got another message, "Aren't you the caring girlfriend?" Then, the music of the show kicked on with the title appearing on the screen, "The Secrets in the Telling." Rukia texted back, "Shut up. It's on." Oriheim appeared sitting down in a chair next to Ichigo on a couch. "Welcome back to The Secrets in the Telling. Tonight I'll be interviewing heartthrob, Ichigo Kurosaki." This made Ichigo smirk as he looked down to his lap and then back up. "So, Ichigo. Let's get right into this. Shall we?" "Sure. Bring it on," he said with a soft smile, Okay, so let's start where you grew up. I grew up in a place called Karakura Town. Well, you can't really say it's calm. You might think that if you just walked in and looked around, but it always had something going on. Everyone might not be able to really see that though. Orihime nodded, so why don't you tell us who exactly you grew up with? Most people probably have no idea the connections you have. Ichigo smirked. Well, who should I begin with, Orihime? Maybe I should start with saying I've known you since we were 13. He turned to face the camera, and she's always loved mixing the strangest foods together. Hey! Everyone loves it when I cook. Orihime said in defense. Ichigo turned back to the camera, yes. Yes, we do, he said in a fake tone that he knew Orihime would be oblivious to. This caused Rukia to laugh. Hard. Everyone felt the same way about Orihime's cooking, and that was the closest it had gotten for the truth to get out to Orihime herself. Anyways, tell us who else you grew up with, Orihime said, getting back on topic. Silver medal winner Sato Yasutora. We call him Chad. He's always been this big, strong guy, but one of the most gentle guys I've ever met. He has a soft spot for birds, he added for amusement. Also, best actor, Yuryu Ishida, who I compete with in anything, small challenges, whether it's betting, video games, sports, anything. He's a great guy. And I think you know that, Orihime, he said with a wink. She began to blush, but he kept going. He also loves to sew, he added with a smirk. He would probably hear shit later for saying that. You just booked an butt kicking for that one, Rukia said out loud, thinking of the furious Yuryu at the moment. The boxer, Tatsuki Arisawa, is another great friend. Everyone knows you don't mess with her, otherwise she'll kick your butt, but she'll have your back in a second. She's a really good person. She kicked my butt every time when we took karate together. He chuckled. I guess you could say that Karakura Town lets out a lot of talent. Orihime smiled. I guess you could. But isn't there anyone else? He squinted with a small smile as he pretended to think. No. No, I don't think so. Would you like me to help you out? Orihime said, knowing he was fooling around. He sighed and leaned back into the couch. I also grew up with Rukia Kachiki. Rukia felt her stomach fly up into her chest. She knew that she would be a big topic in the interview, but it still bothered her. Everything between them was just too sensitive. Oh really? Orihime said in an interested tone. Oh, don't act like it's a surprise, he said with a smile. You're practically her sister. I have no idea what you are talking about, Mr. Kurosaki. My job is to interview you in order to let the public know who you really are, she said in a professional tone with a smile trying to break through. Yeah, he said with a smile. So, are you going to tell us something about her? You gave us a bit about each person so far. He blew out some air. What can I really say? I've known her since I was about 8. We were best friends up until we were 16. We dated for 3 years and then drifted. A few months ago we met up again. Wow. Way to go through 13 years of our life in like 8 seconds, Rukia thought almost irritatedly. Well, that's a start. Tell us some things about the most adored author ever. I don't know if I have a right. I mean, we just started talking only 3 months ago. For 2 years we didn't talk. But that was only 2 years compared to 9. How much can really change? You still have more of a right than anyone. She'd even say that, Orihime convinced him. He sighed. So tell us some things that people might not know about the young author. He sat there thinking, and then an evil smirk appeared on his face. Well, I'd be glad to, he said in a frighteningly happy tone. Oh God no, she yelled, jumping to the edge of the couch. She has this addiction to Chappie the rabbit, and I don't think that will ever change. Despite the elegant Kachiki appearance, she knows how to not take shit from anyone. And I have scars to prove that, he added with a chuckle. I called her a midget once when she was in a bad mood and she threw a stapler at me. Remind me to throw another one at you, she yelled with clenched fists. She hates people that kiss her butt. She grew up with money and hated it when people treated her like she was above them. She gave charity every chance she could, and even though she puts up this hard demeanor, she has one of the biggest hearts in the world. Rukia relaxed as she began to slouch back into the couch. She felt her skin tingle from how sincere he sounded. Orihime smiled. Many people have emailed me asking what you think about her writing. Do you read her books? He answered calmly, of course. I always read her writing back then. She's a great writer. If you're not reading them, you're missing out. I mean, a lot of it is romance and stuff, but if you can get a guy like me to get teary-eyed, you've got talent. Besides, her writing isn't completely fiction. Whether she admits it or not, there are some true situations in those novels. And I would know. Rukia exhaled a great amount and leaned back. Yeah, you would. Orihime raised an eyebrow. There is? I didn't know that. Like what? Ichigo leaned forward as if telling her a secret, yet he knew it didn't matter. Remember in her first novel, when the guy, who is a lifeguard, ran into the restaurant the girl worked at? The whole scene with him getting jealous because she was going out with another guy. Orihime nodded. Yeah, that was when we were 16 and I was completely set about her saying she was going to homecoming with this a-hole. She read right through me, he said, looking towards the floor as if remembering it. A smile slowly made its way across his lips. He then looked back up to the host. That is one of the many non-fictional scenes. I didn't even know this. That's really interesting, Orihime said with surprise. It seems like you care about her a lot, she said softly. Yeah, he said quietly as he looked down to his lap for a brief moment. But I have to ask the question everyone wants the answer to, Orihime said in a tone knowing the answer. Are you and Rukia seeing each other? He paused for a moment and then looked straight into Orihime's eyes. What does that really mean anyway? Are we seeing each other? I see her all the time. He hang out. Ichigo. You know what that means, Orihime said in an almost saddened tone. There was another long pause before Ichigo spoke with a sadness in his eyes that only few would see. We're only friends. Orihime looked into his amber eyes and felt sorry for him. She didn't know exactly how he felt anymore, but right then at that moment, she felt like she could see it all. She caught herself quickly. All right, so we're going to go on a quick break and be back with more about his family. If you're watching, send in some questions and we'll ask him for. Stay tuned. Rukia took a deep breath. Well, that should put the public straight. She leaned her head back and looked up at the ceiling. Why did that feel so difficult though? A buzz was heard from her cell on the coffee table. Bet you're glad about everything being straightened out, the message read from Momo. Rukia didn't even bother to reply. This whole interview put stress on her. Not because it was of Ichigo. She was fine with that. It was the fact that it would be digging into his past, and she knew that she was a big part of that. And that past was not always a happy one. She just hoped that the rest would be fine. Welcome back. Ichigo Kurosaki is here with me tonight and we're going to talk about family now, Orihime chimed in on the television. I have twin sisters, Karen and Yuzu, who are 5 years younger than me. They are kind of complete opposites. Karen is sporty and she's laid back. Yuzu loves to cook and is more of the worrier. And my father is what I would call a madman, he said with all seriousness. Why would you say that? Orihime asked. He's crazy. What else do you need to know? He asked seriously. He then sighed and smirked. He's juvenile and acts more like the child than the parent. But, when we need him to be, he's there, and surprisingly serious. What about your brother? Orihime continued. Kyan. Most people know him as the high-class lawyer for all the celebrities out there. He's about 2 years older than me. He kinda lives a carefree life, he's always looking out for me. He's a great guy. He's representing Miss Kachiki for her trial next week. What do you think about that? Ichigo shrugged. I think he's going to win the case. He didn't have much to add to that. That was yet another awkward subject that he wanted to get away from. And before you ask, my mother died many years ago, he said in a way like ripping off a band-aid. Orihime already knew these answers, yet she knew she had to ask them. She would apologize later. How old were you when it happened? She asked in a soft tone. I was 9. She, was bringing me home from karate when we were, stopped. He found it hard to look at Orihime when he talked. You don't have to dash, Orihime said, but was cut off. It's fine, he said quickly looking into her yes. A man came up and started making advances at my mother. She tried to push him off, but he was too strong. I eventually screamed as loud as possible and ran at him. I slammed my fists as hard as possible. I mean, what else can a little boy do, right? He swung his hand, which was holding a knife, and sliced me right here, he said pointing to his chest where he traced the scar over his shirt. I remember screaming in pain, but my mother's screams were even more painful to me. He clenched his fists as he talked. I was somehow able to get up again. He was starting to get emotional and his story was feeling more intense as he spoke. I bit him as hard as I could. I heard him cry out, but before I could get another bite in, he swung and hit me with the hilt of the knife. He hit me right in the temple. I hit the pavement and... He looked back up at Orihime. I blacked out. He took a deep breath. When I woke up, I, saw the blurriness of the flashing lights from the ambulance. I was lying down and a woman was asking me my name, but I started to make out my mother being carried towards the ambulance on a stretcher. I don't know how I got up, but I did. I ran to her, and when I got there, oh God, he turned his head away and closed his eyes. Everything was so vivid for him. He swallowed as hard as he could. There was so much blood. It was everywhere. I grabbed her hand and yelled for her over and over until finally her eyes opened slowly and she said, Ichigo, why aren't you smiling? Smile for me, and then, she died. They rushed her off into the ambulance, but I knew it was pointless. She lost too much blood and she didn't even know what was going on when I held her hand as she said her last words. His eyes were watery and his voice was shaky. Ichigo. Rukia said softly with tears in her eyes. She didn't know why he had told that story. He had only told it twice. Once to his father and the police. And the second to her, but that was well after the fact when they were 17. His friends only knew parts of it from the family and her. Now the world knew of that heartbreaking story and she just hoped that the world wouldn't abuse it. Ichigo took a deep breath. Wow, he gave a single chuckle. Didn't expect to do that, he said before clearing his throat. So, what else do we have to do, he said in a tired tone. Orihime blinked away the tears. Some fans have some questions for you. Alright, bring it on, he said trying to get back into a happy mood. Orihime hesitated, but then read from a paper she had in front of her. How do you get your hair to be that color and how do you get it so crazy looking? He chuckled. I knew this question would come up. My hair is completely natural. What you see is what you get. I was born with these orange locks and there is no dye whatsoever. Next question. You said that Orihime made strange food. What was the strangest meal she ever made you? Orihime read with a somewhat insulted tone, but she still smiled. Ichigo laughed. Oh God. I'm just gonna say, tuna fish and red bean paste. Next question. You said you liked it. Orihime said in defense. He laughed and scratched the back of his neck. Next question. Orihime sighed. Have you ever written a song about someone? If so, which song and who? He gave a soft smile. Yes. I wrote the song, Run to You, for Rukia. Next question, he said, finishing with a nervous laugh. And last question, because we're about to run out of time. Just because you aren't dating, doesn't mean you don't have feelings for each other. You dated a few years ago, is it possible those feelings still exist? Ichigo sat there for a minute. He then chuckled and rubbed that back of his neck again. Well, don't I have some intuitive fans? He paused again as he thought. And then her words came into his head, be honest. If you lie, it'll most likely be found out. And when people find out that someone they love lies to them, they lose faith in them. He then took a deep breath and smiled softly. Yeah, I do have feelings for her. Orihime felt her heart melt. She smiled, and that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you for watching The Secrets in the Telling, and they most certainly were tonight. See you next time. Rukia sat there. She was stunned, literally stunned. How am I supposed to respond to that, she thought. What am I supposed to do? Wasn't it clear that we are just friends? I haven't given him any signals. She then bowed her head down to her lap and rubbed her temples. How am I supposed to tell him I don't feel the same after an interview like that? I'm going to end up looking like this ice-cold beach. She let out a growl. DMN it. Ichigo. Then, her house phone started to ring. She ammed, knowing anyone who had her number would be calling right now. She refused to get up though, and instead, continued to rub her temples. Then, her cell phone went off. Ah, she yelled before roughly grabbing the phone. What? She yelled into the phone. That had to be the most intense interview I have ever seen, Momo said with awe. This is no time for praise, Momo, Rukia whined as she buried her face into a couch pillow. Why is this such a bad thing, really? Momo replied innocently. Mumbling was heard in response. What was that? Rukia picked her head out of the pillow, realizing she was still suffocating herself. I said, because there is too much history. We just started being friends. What is wrong with being friends? I love friends. They're never complicated, she continued to whine. Well, what are you going to do? I don't know. Rukia said, banging her head against the back of the couch. There was a sigh on Momo's side of the phone. I have to go. My agent scheduled a meeting and I'm 20 minutes late because I wanted to see the show. Fine, fine. Go. I'll just be here, planning out my death. Try not to make it too painful then, Momo said in jest. Oh, but the more painful the better. Rukia said back. Bye. Momo chuckled and then hung up. As soon as she hung up, her phone rang again. Not now, Ranjaku, Rukia said, knowing how her friend was. Your CC musician declared his love for you on national television, the strawberry blonde yelled into the phone in a high-pitched tone. Apparently Rukia's warning didn't work. He did not declare his love. And he is not my CC musician, she yelled back. But you admit he's CC. Ranjaku smirked on the other side of the phone. Rukia's nostrils flared. Alright, you know what? You're right. He's CC. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what everyone wants to hear? WA. Calm down, Kuchiki. You're getting out of hand. I'm just playing with you. Does it bother you that much that he likes you more than a friend? Yes. Yes, it does. And I want the goddamn phones to stop ringing. She yelled more at the house phone than she did at her friend. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Rukia sighed. I'm sorry, Ranjaku. She rubbed her forehead, I'm stressing out a little. The press is going to eat me alive. I know, hun. Just remember we're all here for you. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go now and... I don't know. Take a bath or something, Rukia replied. Okay. Call if you need anything. Yeah, okay. Bye. Rukia sighed and made her way to her bathtub while the house phone continued to play its song. The bath helped a lot. She was soaking in it for an hour and now she was sitting at her laptop in an attempt to write. She tapped her fingers on the keys lightly as to not press it completely. Then she sighed and pulled herself away. "I need a drink," she said to herself as she made her way to the kitchen. When she got there the house phone rang yet again, but this time she picked up. "I refuse to talk to anyone," she yelled before hanging up. She then pressed the talk button and left it that way as to avoid any more calls. She looked through the fridge. "Wine, wine, 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 beer," she said, finally finding what she wanted. She popped it open and took a nice long chug. After downing half the bottle, she stopped and took a deep breath. Her cell phone then rang and at the same time her doorbell rang. She answered her phone and made her way to the front door. "Hello?" she said in a tired voice. "Some say love is not for sinners. I believe that isn't true. 'Cause when I was finished sinning, love came down and showed me you." "Hey," she heard in return. Her back straightened at the sound of his voice. She bit her lip and then spoke quickly. "I can't talk right now," she said and then hung up. She continued to go towards the front door after hearing the doorbell ring again. She looked through the window to the side of the door and into dark. She didn't see a mob of people or flashing lights, so she knew she was in the clear. So she then opened the door. "And you told me how to get there. So I tried to find a way. Then I ran into your garden. But I tripped out the gate. But I tripped out the gate. You really do refuse to talk to anyone, huh?" he said with his hands in his jean pockets. Her mouth hung ajar due to the unexpected and she shivered. The air was cold even though it was approaching spring. Their breath could be seen in the dark air. She hesitated, but then spoke. "What are you doing here?" "That's a pretty dumb question, don't you think?" he said with his face neutral. "What are you doing to me? I'm so into you. And the hardest part is knowing that I'll never follow through. You're slowly killing me. And I wish it wasn't true. 'Cause I'm so into you." She glared. "I don't get it. I don't get it at all, Ichigo. You were the one that wanted to be friends in the first place." Ichigo sighed. "Can we try not to yell about this?" he asked in an exhausted tone. "And you were the one 2 years ago that said you didn't love me anymore," she yelled again. "And obviously we can't," he mumbled as he answered himself. God. It took so much courage to go to that charity event 3 months ago. So much. I didn't want to. I knew it would end up hurting more than I thought, she yelled, talking to herself more than him. "Rukia," he said calmly as he tried to interrupt her rant. "I was completely fine with how everything was going. We were just friends. It felt like it used to so many years ago," she continued without stopping. "Like a ton of bricks that hit me. And woke me from this dream. No matter how hard I tried to wash my hands. I could never get him clean. I could never get him clean. Rukia," he said a bit louder. "We've been through so much and we were finally able to be okay with each other. Why did you have to ruin it?" she yelled again. That hit him hard. It was as if all the air inside his body had been sucked out all at once. "I just listened to your advice," he thought in defense. "But you're right. Why did I ruin it?" He frowned and then tried to interrupt her again, only this time he was successful. "You took it the wrong way," he said strongly. "What are you doing to me? I'm so into you. And the hardest part is knowing that I'll never follow through. You're slowly killing me. And I wish it wasn't true. 'Cause I'm so into you." She glared. "How could I have taken it the wrong way?" she said, rubbing her arms due to wearing only a short-sleeved shirt with a pair of sweatpants. "Yes, I do have feelings for you. I thought that was a given. I'm always going to have feelings for the first woman I ever love. Doesn't that make sense?" he explained. "Don't you feel the same way deep down somewhere?" She hesitated. "I guess. But if that's what you meant, why didn't you say that? Now they're going to think something of it, she yelled again. Can you hear me? 'Cause I can't change what I'll always be. Well, that's my problem. It doesn't involve you. For all they know, it's a one-sided feeling because I said we weren't dating. Let me deal with it, he answered sternly. Ichigo dash, she said before she was cut off. What are you doing to me? I'm so into you. And the hardest part is knowing that I'll never follow through. You're slowly killing me. And I wish it wasn't true. 'Cause I'm so into you. I'm so into you. Don't worry about it, Kuchiki. It doesn't concern you anymore. Now get inside, he said, looking away from her for a moment. He then looked back. It's cold out here. He then turned around and picked up his helmet, which was hanging on the handles of his motorcycle. He jumped on, started it up and then rode off, leaving Rukia speechless and less stressed than before. He seemed angry to her, and that was her focus at the moment. 'Cause I'm so into you. If that's the way you want it, I'll lie to you, Rukia. Just don't lose faith in me in the end, he thought as he made his way back home. I'm so into you. Chapter 7, What are you looking for? So the trick is to win over the judge. Once you do that, you're golden, Kyan whispered as he leaned over to Rukia's ear. She frowned in confusion. How do you intend on doing that? Well, isn't it obvious, he replied with a smile. Rukia just raised her eyebrow in clarification. Kyan chuckled at her clueless response. I've been told I have a charming smile. And a wink doesn't hurt either, he said, adding a wink and flashing a gorgeous smile at the end. Rukia smiled, despite chuckling disgustedly and shaking her head. She then asked curiously, what do you do when there is a male judge? I just told you, he said, looking through his folder of information. Rukia showed shock. You mean, they were all? She said hesitantly. Kyan chuckled again. No. But once they noticed what I was doing, they were a bit tense and decided it was better if they got rid of me as fast as possible. Rukia just shook her head again. Kyan suddenly stood up, seeing as it was time to begin. I would like to call the victim of the assault to the stand, he said confidently. He made his way out from behind the table and walked towards the stand where the photographer had just taken a seat. Flashes from cameras continued to flood the room. So tell me, Kyan began as he leaned on the ledge of the platform, where the victim sat. What is it you want? He asked straight out as casually as possible. The photographer gave a suspicious look. What do you mean? He questioned hesitantly. What I mean is, why are you here? I don't see any critical injuries. You don't have any head trauma or any broken limbs. The man opened his mouth to talk, but Kyan held up his hand. And don't give me any crap about your emotional well-being being put at stake. I could give 2 sheets if you go home and cry because mommy never gave you enough love. Objection, Your Honor. He's undermining the victim, the prosecutor shouted, standing for more emphases. I am not. I'm just saying what everyone else in this courtroom is thinking. Besides, how sad is it that he is taking a woman half his size to court for punching him? Shouldn't that hurt his pride just a little? Kyan said with another jab. You can't insult the victim, the prosecutor shouted at him with disbelief. She then turned to the judge, Your Honor, this is not suitable behavior. Kyan gave a disgusted laugh. Oh please. And sleeping with your client is? Alright, enough. You too. I would like to have a word at my bench, the judge yelled to stop the brawl. The two had yet to move. Now, she added. Kyan couldn't help but smirk from success. This was exactly what he wanted, a word with the judge. They both arrived in front of the judge. What is going on here? We are professionals. This is disgraceful, the judge said, rubbing a temple. I'm sorry, Your Honor. But he is asking inappropriate questions. Why is he here? He's here to get justice for being a victim of a cruel act, the prosecutor said harshly. Kyan rolled his eyes, and you're here to support your crybaby of a boy toy. Alright, settle down, the judge said to stop an incoming insult fest. Kyan sighed, it's this simple, Your Honor. He wants a few million and he was willing to PSS the living daylights out of a certain moneymaker to get it. Consider the possible irritation of a man throwing a deceiving picture in your face and making inaccurate accusations. Not only would it frustrate you for being told something that is false, but it would be told all over the world. He leaned in closer to the bench. You wouldn't want the world to pair you with someone who you've had a bad history with. Come on. You understand that it would put you in a terrible state of mind and then make you act on instinct. He then flashed his convincing smile. I bet you'd give him a slug too, he added with a wink. Your Honor, the prosecutor yelled in disbelief from what he had said. The judge lowered her head calmly to hide a smile on her face. She then looked back up. Listen, I hate these cases more than anything. I believe 100% that Miss Kachiki had every right to lay her fist in his face. But that is just me. I have to go by the law. She then leaned back so that the courtroom could hear. I will call a short recess and give the verdict in 15 minutes. The prosecutor left and Kyan leaned forward and placed his hand on the judge's hand. He looked deep into her eyes. Thank you. It's hard for people to understand the celebrities just because they're wealthy. They usually judge them for it and think they're all snobby. People forget that there are ones out there that are just like regular, common people too, you know, he said softly with a delicate smile. It's not a problem at all, she said with a meaningful smile. I never thought it was portrayed right on television anyway. Ah, you have a beautiful heart, Kyan said with a kind chuckle causing her to smile. And you have a beautiful smile as well, he added causing her cheeks to turn red. Do you mind doing me a favor? The judge asked sheepishly. Anything, Kyan said casually. Rukia waited patiently outside of the courtroom in a private waiting room away from all the cameras. Rukia saw Kyan walk into the room wearing a smirk with his hands behind his back. She raised an eyebrow. What are you so happy about? From the looks of things you just got me a year in jail, Rukia said with accusation in her voice. Ah, the faith Kuchikis have in Kurosaki's, he said with his smirk still all over his face. I just got you a get-out-of-jail-free card. Rukia's mouth dropped. Are you serious? He nodded, seeing she had gotten very excited. She then jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you. Thank you so much. She then let out a small scream. After she backed a step or two away, she asked, how did you manage to end a trial in 5 minutes? I told you. Women find me attractive, Rukia. It's only a matter of time before you start to realize that, he said with a chuckle. She raised another eyebrow and then shook her head. I still can't believe it. Oh. Right. Kyan said as he was reminded of something. He pulled out a book from behind his back. She would like an autograph copy. Rukia looked surprised for a moment, but then shrugged. Whatever gets me out of jail. It had been a week and 2 days since she had last seen him. It was like he was avoiding her on purpose. She realized she might have overreacted about the whole television confession, which wasn't really a confession at all, at least that's what Ichigo had said. She didn't want people getting the impression that they were together after Ichigo's little sharing of feelings on national television. But she didn't want to take a step back in their relationship. They were just starting to become good friends again, a mere acquaintance was not enough for her. She admitted that. She sat with her cell phone sitting open on the table with Ichigo's number ready to be sent, but she was hesitant, not knowing if he wanted her to call. Rukia sat in a corner table in a local cafe with sunglasses on her face for concealment. She stared out the window at the cars passing on the street. She stirred her cup of coffee as her thoughts took her away. She couldn't help but think about how real he was during that interview a week ago. He wasn't fake at all. In fact, he seemed more real than what he was when he was with her. She wondered how he could have changed so drastically from 2 years ago. How did he climb out of that ditch he was so far in? She continued to stare out the window with her elbow on the table and her chin being held up by her palm. Then, a motorcycle pulled up at the light next to her. She realized exactly who it was with his orange hair exposing slightly at the end of his helmet. She slowly picked her head up off of her palm and stared directly at him. And as if there was some sort of connection, he turned and saw her in the window. After staring for 5 seconds, Rukia stood up. Then, Ichigo immediately took off, running through a red light. Rukia stood there in shock. Her mouth hung slightly ajar. Is he serious? She thought to herself. Her chest felt heavy, she felt hurt. She bowed her head down, now looking at the table. She took a breath and silently walked out. Yo Ichigo. Hey, the orange-headed man said unenthusiastically into his cell phone. So it looks like Kyan pulled another victory out of his butt, Chad said, assuming Ichigo knew already. What? Ichigo said in surprise. It's already over. How did that happen? That would explain why I saw her in the cafe earlier. He thought to himself. Chad was silent for a minute. I thought you would have been told already. By like. Rukia. Ichigo sighed. Why would you think that? We don't tell each other everything. We're not that close, he said bitterly. Chad held his hand out to show no offense even though he wasn't in Ichigo's presence at the moment. Man. I didn't mean anything by it. What's up with you? Ichigo let out a heavier sigh. Nothing. Just forget it. Is that all you wanted? He said in annoyance. Yeah man. That's it, Chad said, now sounding distant. Alright. Well I've got to go. I've got some things to do, Ichigo responded as he stopped to stare into a store window in the local mall. Listen, Ichigo. I know you care about her, but it's not a terrible thing to just be friends. I mean Chad said trying to convince him. I never said it was a terrible thing to be friends. That's all I ever wanted. I knew that back then and I know it now. Nothing's wrong, so stop assuming. I've had enough with your assumptions today, Ichigo said with flames shooting out of his mouth. Fine. Whatever man. See ya, Chad said in a giving up tone. He had enough of being treated this way. Later, Ichigo said quickly and flipped his phone closed. He continued to look into the electronics store and then walked in. Last week he had gone home after his little visit with Rukia. His body was drained. He felt great at the beginning of the day, but by the end, he had made it into a complete mess. It didn't go as planned. Well, he didn't really have anything planned. He just kind of blurted out something confidential without thinking of the possible consequences. Ichigo was beyond sad. Not at her, not at Orihime, or the fan that asked him the question. He was completely angry with himself. He was so sad he threw his motorcycle helmet at his television screen in his kitchen. Hence the reason he was in an electronics store. He was getting so close to Rukia again. He honestly didn't even know if these feelings he had for her were of something different or just strictly platonic, and he hated himself for acting so instinctively. She was furious about what he said. He could easily tell from the way she continued to yell without letting him get a word in. And the more he heard her yell, the more he felt farther away from her. His plan was to give her space for a while. He messed things up, again. And he had to try and fix things, again. So he would avoid any contact with her, and if approached by anyone and asked about his confession, he would correct them. But until that happened, he would more or less avoid her. He walked in wearing a red baseball hat to conceal most of his vibrant hair. So far it worked, so he wasn't too nervous about any attention being drawn. He wore a red hoodie with a pair of jeans and sneakers. He wasn't aiming to dress and impress. He looked at the screen sizes along with whether it was plasma and or flat screen. He finally found an appropriate replacement and was about to call over the clerk when the news on the screen caught his attention. Superstar Ichigo Kurosaki has caused quite a ruckus in the past few months with his return after a year of absence and his association with the Princess of Words, Rukia Kuchiki, the television reporter said while showing a clip of Ichigo playing at a recent show. Then it quickly flashed to footage of the trial. Kuchiki had been taken to court for assaulting a photographer, who had been asking questions of the assumed couple. The trial lasted only about 15 minutes before the elder Kurosaki sealed the deal on her case. Why the subject was so infuriating for the princess is still a mystery, as is their relationship. We'll be sure to let you know of any updates on the possible attractive couple, the reporter finished, although Ichigo was staring relentlessly into the screen. On the television was a view of the courtroom before the trial had started. Although the camera was not directly on them, he could see Rukia sitting at the table next to Kyan. Kyan had leaned over into Rukia's ear, whispering something that only his imagination could run miles with. Then, Kyan pulled away with a smirk while Rukia smiled and shook her head in a joking manner. "Can I help you, sir?" the clerk said, interrupting Ichigo's trance. He blinked a few times and stuttered as he tried to pull his mind back to the present situation. No. I was just looking." "Thanks," Ichigo said before walking out hastily. He stepped out of the store and walked about 10 feet before stopping to take a few deep breaths. He all of a sudden felt an enormous amount of stress placed on his chest. It felt like his body weight had just doubled and bowed his head as he tried to gain his breath. His mind kept bringing back the mental image of his own brother whispering into her ear. What was he saying? How did he get her to smile so easily? Why can't I get her to smile like that? I used to be able to walk into a room and her face lit up. He thought anxiously. I used to be the one telling her things only she was meant to hear. He put his hands in his jean pockets and began to slowly walk, passing stores casually without giving them a single look. This is ridiculous. Why am I even freaking out over this? Why do I give two sheets if Kyan was whispering something into her ear? Knowing him, it was probably a dirty joke or something. Yet knowing him, it could have been much more. His thoughts continued to clash, going from one extreme to the other. I'm just looking out for her. That's all, he finally decided as his eyes caught sight of the girl who invaded his thoughts, making him stop and stare. She was looking into the window of a shoe store. She never was a very girly girl, but what was wrong with having a weakness for shoes? And as if he was sending vibes through the air, her eye caught sight of him with her peripheral vision. She slowly turned her head as to acknowledge him. He just stood there staring at her with an unreadable look, yet he was staring into her core. Then, he walked slowly up to her, causing her to turn and face his approaching form. "Hey," he said softly with his hands still in his pockets. She stared up at him with disappointment, yet also with pity. "Are you seriously avoiding me?" He sighed softly. "I'm not avoiding you dash. So speeding through a red light after seeing me wouldn't be avoiding at all," she said sarcastically after crossing her arms over her chest. Ichigo didn't even bother to reply. Instead, he turned his head to the side to avert his gaze. "What is your problem?" Rukia asked exhaustedly. "I really would like to know what you are angry about. I have done nothing wrong. Nothing. In fact, I've been worrying about you for a week and 2 days." Ichigo continued to not look at her. "Well, if you worried so much you could have picked up a phone to check," he mumbled. She gave him a curious glare. "Are you okay?" she asked suspiciously. "I'm fine dash," he began unemotionally, when Rukia's phone rang. She reached into her purse and pulled out the device which contained a text message. She read it to herself, chuckled, and then threw it back in her bag. Ichigo raised an eyebrow. "What was that about?" "Kyan sent me a text," she said casually. "Kyan?" he questioned with surprise. "So you two are getting close, huh?" he said with a bit more bitterness than he expected. Rukia looked at him with astonishment. "What is that supposed to mean? You two looked pretty cozy on TV. Maybe there's something between you two," he led on, now acting like he didn't care. You can't be serious, she said in her still shocked state. I walk the line of the disappointed. I celebrate when I'm in pain. My heart and mind can be disjointed. I built a bed in this hole I made. Do you think it's weird because we once dated? Well, if that's what this is about, do whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me, he said, avoiding eye contact and looking around at the people passing by them. Alright, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're delusional as ever right now. I'm going to try to pretend we didn't just have a conversation about me dating your brother because you are just insane. Right. Now, I want to know why the hell you've been avoiding me, she demanded more than asked. I recognize that I'm damaged. I sympathize that you are too. But I want to breathe without feeling so self-conscious. But it's hard when the world's staring at you. Just forget it. Don't worry about something that doesn't concern you, he said with more resentment than worry. Rukia couldn't believe him right now. She threw her arms up into the air. Okay, you know what? This is exactly the kind of thing that didn't work 2 years ago. If you're not going to open up a little, I don't know what the hell I can do for you, Ichigo. Honestly, do you think this is healthy? I thought you were past this kind of thing, she said, losing patience. Another piece of the puzzle, that doesn't fit. You throw your arms up, you're so DMN sick of it. What are you working for? What are you searching for? Love. Ichigo let his annoyance out now. Oh God. Can you stop bringing up the past already? Stop comparing things that don't even matter at the moment. It does so matter. You're being as cold as the day you told me to leave. I think I have a right to compare. I have a right to compare the same feeling in my chest, she said, feeling her heart beat faster as it began to sink into her stomach. He looked straight into her eyes immediately after she finished. Don't compare me to that person. That person doesn't exist anymore, he said slowly with a bitter meaning. You won't be thinking of cars when you're on your deathbed and dying. You'll only be thinking of what you are paying for. What you are praying for. Love. Rukia felt almost frightened when he said that. It was like a low growl came from deep in his throat. But after she collected herself, she dared to fight fire with fire. You don't know what other people see when they look at you, Ichigo, she said in a calm tone. For the first time in 2 years, I've seen that person that you claim to have lost. Right now, I feel like some sort of time warp has occurred. And now that I'm looking at you, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I feel like I'm in the same helpless state, and that's all because you still don't let me in. Her voice went into a begging tone. Tell me what I have to do. Tell me what you want from me. You join the line of the getting richer. You keep your pace, but it's moving slow. You are defined by all that you have hoarded. But you're surprised it doesn't fill up the hole. Silence filled the air as he again avoided her gaze. He then looked back into her eyes. They were in that same sorrowful stare that he remembered so well from the days of his lost years. It pained him to see how in the past 2 minutes they had resorted back to something they had been trying so long to get away from. His chest ached and he couldn't take it. I was avoiding being seen anywhere with you until someone approached me about the interview. Then I'd be able to correct it before they went running wild with more assumptions, he spoke softly. Another piece of the puzzle, that doesn't fit. You throw your arms up, you're so DMN sick of it. What are you coping for? What are you hoping for? Love. You've been avoiding me because of the press. Wow, she said with a disgusted chuckle. She turned and shook her head as she looked at people who passed by. She then looked back with a look of disbelief. Don't you think it wouldn't matter? If they saw us hanging out together it would be fine. It's not like we'd be making out or having SEC, Ichigo. What the hell are you getting angry about? He raised his voice. I was doing this for you, midget. You were the one that freaked out over the interview thinking people would get the wrong impressions. I could care less, he challenged her volume. You won't be thinking of cars when you're on your deathbed and dying. You'll only be thinking of what you are paying for. What you are praying for. Love. DMN it, Ichigo. Don't you know this has nothing to do with what the world thinks? It's never been about that. This has to do with me. I don't want the world pushing on me something that's way too sensitive for me. Remember how that photographer ended up? It brings me back to something that ended up killing me every day of my life, she said with her voice shaking. Well, I'm sorry it was such a terrible time for you, he added sarcastically. I seem to remember it wasn't so good for me either. Don't try to make me pity you, she warned. I'm done with that. I wasted months doing that and all it got me was a ticket out of town, one that I didn't even want by the way, she said with poison on her tongue. I'll never be what I see on the TV screen. I just keep dreaming of what I'm never gonna be. I can't think of a better way to waste my time than try. Oh, well, I'm so sorry that I was such a disappointment to you. I mean, that's exactly what I wanted. Since my life was so miserable, I wanted to make you suffer as well. You finally figured out my secret plan, he yelled, being more sarcastic. You know what? Rukia yelled, leaning over and grabbing his hat off his head. She threw it about 20 feet away, then shouted as loud as she could. You only think your life was so DMN miserable because you didn't know how to appreciate what you already had, Ichigo Kurosaki. You already had me, she said, causing people to gather from the sound of the celebrity's name. The flashes began to grow. Another piece of the puzzle, that doesn't fit. You throw your arms up, you're so DMN sick of it. What are you hunting for? What are you searching for? Love, 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 love. Rukia calmed herself and spoke softly, you make it so difficult to love you, Ichigo. I care about you as a friend. But you're still too miserable to realize that this is something good in your life. Something that you are losing faster than you could ever imagine. She took a few steps backwards with water-filled eyes. So here's your chance, Ichigo. Correct your mistake, if it means that much to you. You obviously don't know what anything means to me, she finished by turning and walking through a mob that had surrounded them. Fans and reporters called out her name, but she continued to walk and then eventually jogging out of there. You won't be thinking of cars when you're on your deathbed and dying. You'll only be thinking of what you are paying for. What you are praying for. Love, 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 love. Ichigo stood in a state of shock. Everything was going on around him, fans throwing pens and paper in his face for autographs, random reporters shoving microphones at his lips, and the pushing in order to get closer to him. All of that sounded as if he was standing in a plastic tube, separated from everyone else. Their voices were distant as he watched her walk away yet again in his life. He did this for her originally. But the more she talked, the more he realized it was for him. It was all for him. He never once thought about her. He avoided her, making her think she did something wrong. He hurt her yet again. And the whole accusation with Kaien, he had no idea what had gotten into him. He was trying to protect himself by staying away from her. But it was as if the fire reflected off his shield and burned her instead. Suddenly, he came back to where he was. Kurosaki. Tell us, what was all the yelling? Is the happy couple splitting so soon? A reporter asked. You won't be thinking of cars when you're on your deathbed and dying. You'll only be thinking of what are you working for? What are you waiting for? We aren't a couple. We're just friends, he said with complete exhaustion in his voice. But in the interview last week, you sighed dash. I know what I said and it was taken the wrong way, Ichigo began. What do you mean? There is nothing between Rukia Kachiki and me. That was all in the past. Move on from it already. Let us be now, he said before pushing his way out of the crowd and running out of there. Chapter 8, I'm moving on. So you think I'm kidding? Tisk tisk. Shame on you, Kurosaki. Since when do I ever kid with you? Ishida's voice came through the phone. That's a joke, right? Ichigo said with a raised eyebrow. Oh, get over yourself. I'm serious, a duet. What's wrong with that? The man said in a questioning tone as he pushed his glasses further up in his face. Well, everything is wrong with it. I don't do duets. I'm a loner. You should know this, Ichigo said clearly and slammed his fist down to get his point across. He was in the middle of his run on the treadmill when his friend gave him this alarming news. He had accidentally hiked up the speed of the belt when he slammed his fist and was trying to push the right button to fix it. Yes, I do know this, which is why when I heard from Nemu that she was trying to record a duet for my upcoming movie, I gave your name as a shoo-in. You what? Ichigo yelled through the phone as he began to run even faster due to his machine still going up at a constant speed. Yes, and there's no need to thank me. I don't know who you have been paired with yet, but you'll find out at the meeting in Nemu's studio at 3. I know you remember where it is. Don't be late. Have fun, he said with a smirk and hanging up before he could hear an outraged orange-headed man. Ah! Ishida! You son of a bitch, he yelled before throwing his phone across the room. He hopped off the still-running machine and watched as his phone shattered into pieces. And that's another thing I have yet to replace, he said with a sigh. He slammed his fist on the control panel of the treadmill and luckily for him, it stopped. He shook his head at his luck and walked his way out of the room while the sweat continued to drip off his shirtless body. He made it to his kitchen where he took out a water bottle and began to chug it. Then, he suddenly heard his doorbell ring. He was about to swallow another gulp before he turned his head in the direction of his front door. The doorbell went off again and he swallowed the mouthful of water finally. He made his way to the door and when he finally opened it, he was surprised to see his guest. About time you opened the DMN door, she said holding her phone open as if she had been using it. She slammed it shut. I was trying to call you so that you could open the god DMN door, but you weren't answering. Ichigo's face remained unemotional, I just threw it against the wall. She raised a delicate eyebrow, I see someone still needs to watch their temper. He ignored her sarcastic remark, what are you doing here, Rukia? She sighed. He wasn't being very easy to talk to at the moment. She could understand that though. She did leave him in a difficult situation a few days ago. I came to, well, say I'm sorry. It just didn't hit me well, the situation that is, and I just, well, she sighed after all her stumbling. I feel terrible. He nodded coldly. And you should. That was pretty cruel, Kachiki, he said wiping the sweat across his forehead with the back of his hand. Rukia then noticed the condition he was in. He had no shirt on, a pair of jogging shorts that hung low on his hips and a sweaty body to finish it off. His muscles were well toned, like his skin and she found herself staring. She then looked away after feeling she might have stared for too long. I know, she said quietly. Well. I've got a meeting in an hour, so I'm gonna get going. Thanks for coming by, he said coldly as he went to shut the door, but then stopped. Oh, and don't worry. I cleared everything up with the media, in case you haven't seen the news lately, he added coldly before shutting the door. Rukia was left at the door with her mouth slightly open. That didn't go as planned, she thought as she still froze in front of the door. She then turned around and made her way off of his property. Maybe we just need a break. Give each other some time to cool off, she said to herself as she got into her car. Well, I'll give her credit for trying to apologize, he said out loud to himself as he went back into the kitchen for his water bottle. But she should know I don't get over things that easily, he finished in his head. He was still sad. She had a point the other day when they were in the mall. He agreed with her, but the way she went about it was spiteful. He was eaten alive by the media and the fans. He tried running out of there, but word spread quickly and he was swarmed. The mall's security wasn't very helpful either. To cut it short, Ichigo made it out of there needing 6 stitches on his forearm. He rolled his head back and forth on his shoulders with his eyes closed. Why is it always so complicated, he thought, causing his eyebrows to furrow. He took another chug from his bottle, now finishing it, and then looked at the time. Oh shit. I've got to shower, he thought, moving quickly to his bathroom. Ichigo parked his motorcycle outside of the studio and made his way quickly inside. All the while, he was cursing under breath at a certain glasses-wearing friend of his. He walked down the hall with his hands in his khaki pants pockets. His navy blue long-sleeve shirt was a perfect fit as it revealed all of his upper body muscles without planning. 2. Hello, he yelled lazily. There seemed to be no one around and he wasn't the patient type. He walked into the recording studio and stood where he had a few times before when recording a song. He took a deep breath in irritation. He looked towards the door and thought about leaving. One swift movement and he would be free from doing any of this. He took another deep breath. What am I doing here, he thought to himself until his mind brought him back a few years ago. Flashback. What am I doing here, he whined with a scowl all over his face. Oh, shut up. You're here because I brought you here. And besides, you promised me you'd give it a shot. It's not that big a deal anyway. You're just going to be playing for 200 people, 300 tops, she said calmly. Yeah, that's not a lot at all, he hummed after burying his face into his hands as he hunched forward onto his knees. She sat down next to him as they waited behind the outdoor stage. She looked at him calmly and studied his worried appearance. She watched as his knuckles flexed every time he went to massage his temples. She watched as his breathing was slow yet each individual breath was long and hard. She watched as his left leg was shaking up and down in a nervous frenzy, and finally, she watched as his lips moved silently in an attempt to talk himself into believing everything would be fine. Rukia reached out and placed her hand gently on his back, right behind his left shoulder. She felt his body tense from her touch, but then as fast as it tensed, it relaxed. He turned his head back to look at her with desperate eyes. He looked at her as she gave him a smile that made him believe for a moment that there was no such thing as evil in the world, that there couldn't possibly be anything cruel when a smile like that was given. She then moved and placed her chin over his shoulder from behind, her arms wrapping around his waist. If you don't do this now, she began softly with Ichigo not being able to see her face completely. You'll never do it, she finished. And you'll always regret it. Is that what you want? To live your life with a bunch of what-ifs, she said in such a sincere tone. Ichigo's head bowed to the ground, but she continued, seeing how she was reaching him. I know you're the kind of guy that does everything for everyone else so that they can be happy. But for once, let me be the one that does that for you, she said, squeezing his waist tighter. His frown suddenly turned into a smirk. You play a cruel game, Kuchiki, he said, chuckling as he reached beside him and grabbed his guitar. I know, she said, taking her head off of his shoulder. He then stood up and took a step towards the stage when she grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. She then pulled him down towards her still sitting form and planted her lips on his for a meaningful kiss. She pulled away slowly and smiled due to Ichigo's eyes still being closed. When he finally opened them, she spoke, good luck. He smirked as he walked backwards for a few steps and then made his way on stage. End flashback. He sighed heavily from the memory. I hate what-ifs, he said, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration. He had decided not to leave. Never been a fan of them myself, came a voice from the corner of the room. Ichigo looked quickly and saw her leaning against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest and a leg crossed over the other. Her purple hair was up in a ponytail, while she wore a brown skirt to her knees with a red zip-up jacket. So you must be who I've been paired up with, she said with a smile before pushing herself away from the wall. How long have you been there? Ichigo questioned curiously as she made her way closer to him. The whole time. I got to watch you zone out for a bit before you randomly started talking to yourself, she smirked. She then held out her hand, Sena Otanashi. Ichigo felt kind of embarrassed after being called out on something ridiculous, but shook her hand, Ichigo Kurosaki. He had heard of the woman in front of him. Well, how could he not? She's won plenty of awards and has been seen all over television as much as him. He just knew how it felt to have someone say, "I know," when you introduce yourself. In this situation, it feels more comfortable if you just go along with it. "So, Ichigo," she began. "Is this your first duet?" Yeah. "I've always been kind of a loner," he said honestly. She smiled at him. "It's mine too. Hopefully it'll turn out great." She smiled at him with complete belief that everything would be fine, and he couldn't help but smile back. "It looks like you two have already met." "Good. Let's get to business then, shall we?" Mimu said, walking into the room. "Rukia. Where were you?" Momo said firmly as the raven-haired woman walked into her own house. The three women sat ready for her return in the living room. Rukia was somewhat startled. She answered in hesitation, "I was at Ichigo's." "Why?" Ranjaku sighed and looked towards the ground, shaking her head. "What?" Rukia asked, seeing the strawberry blonde's reaction. "Sit down. We have to talk to you," Orihime said with a saddened yet serious face. Rukia walked in slowly, sat her bag on the floor and then sat down on the couch as the three looked straight at her. "We need you to keep in mind that we are doing this for your best interest, and you should for no reason start to get angry," Momo said, as if it would prevent any future action. "And we would like to make sure that you know that we have discussed this and have agreed on our conclusion," Orihime added. "All right. Enough with the let up. Spit it out already," Rukia said with impatience. There was a second of silence before Ranjaku spoke. "We think you should stop hanging around Kurosaki." Rukia's eyes went wide. She did not see that coming. "What do you mean?" Momo took a turn in explaining. "We just think that ever since he showed up a couple months ago that you've started having trouble again. You're going backwards. It's reminding Ranjaku and I of the days when we first met you. You were secretly miserable. And we don't want you to go through that again." "It's already starting," she said sadly. "Guys, I'm fine. There's no way you can compare me to what I was before," Rukia said in defense. Ranjaku spoke again. "See," she pointed towards Rukia. "You can't even tell it's happening to you. That's why we're telling you now before it gets any worse. We're trying to prevent something that'll end up hurting you." "I don't see it that way," Rukia argued. "I think it's helping me. After all these years, I'm finally able to cope with part of my past. I'm actually living with it now, instead of hiding it." Momo jumped in, "But to live with something again that hurt you so much, there's no way it isn't causing you pain. How many arguments or problems have occurred between you two in these past few months? Even the small ones. Everyone fights, Momo." "That's a terrible reason," Rukia brushed off. "But everyone doesn't fight about the same thing," Ranjaku added quickly. There was a silence that took over the room. Rukia looked down at the floor in a frustrated and disappointed mood. "Is that what you all think I should do? Just drop him?" Rukia then looked up at each of their faces when her eyes landed on a quiet Orihime, who was looking down at her lap. "You've been awfully quiet, Orihime," she said somewhat bitterly. Her childhood friend looked up with sad eyes. "It's not healthy, Rukia. You've got scars from the past that you've slowly started to rip open. I think I can safely say we all thought it would be wonderful for you if you started to talk to Ichigo again. We thought if we pushed it that you would end up fixing your past and well, you two could be together again," she said with hope in her voice, but it quickly shifted to a sadder tone. "But the more you talked to him, the more you were with him, the more it brought up things that we thought you two were well over. I guess we were wrong." It was hitting her harder than she would have ever thought. "You're saying this to help me, but you do know you may be hurting him as well," Rukia said roughly as tears threatened to fall. She was trying to understand Orihime's reasons. She was his childhood friend too. "I know," Orihime said, bowing her head to the floor. "But I know that in some way, he'll end up better too. Despite how hard it may be." There was a pause. "Just let it go." Those words were so simple, yet so complicated. Rukia had thought of them over and over again for the past 2 years, almost 3, but she could never obey them. Right then, her friends sat there encouraging her to do what she thought she couldn't, and right then, she knew she didn't have a choice. It had to be done. Rukia let a single tear leave its tracks on her cheek and then bowed her head to the ground. She then suddenly stood up with her head still looking towards the ground. Her hair shielded any view to her face. She walked away and almost exited the room before she stopped and raised her head with her back now facing them. "Thank you," she said softly before making her way to her room for one last cry, and then it would all be over. There would be no looking back. 3 months went by and they were now attending the premiere of Yuryu's new movie. Rukia stood in front of her mirror as she did some last touch-ups on her. She was wearing it down tonight with her summer dress. It was already June and she found it hard to believe how time had sped by so fast. She smiled into the mirror at herself. Then, from behind, arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her against his body. He began to kiss her neck, in which she began to giggle from. "Shuhai. I'm trying to finish so that we can leave. You want to be on time for the premiere of your own movie, don't you?" she said, not pushing him away despite her verbal protests. "Ah, but I want so many things," he said with a grin as he continued to kiss her neck. 3 months ago, Orihime had begged Rukia to come with her to the studio so that she wouldn't have to go see Yuryu alone. She was always a shy girl. And after Rukia's miming and groaning, Orihime got her to go with her. What Rukia didn't know was that her ex-boyfriend would be co-starring in the same film. That was where it all began. It started with an awkward conversation, led to coffee, which led to dinner, and then they were dating again. "I bet you do," she said, finally turning around and kissing him gently on the lips. She then pushed him away. "Now let me finish." He sighed and walked towards her open jewelry box. "I don't see why you are trying so hard. I've told you how beautiful you are, the world's told you how beautiful you are. Who else do you need to hear it from in order to believe it?" She smiled. "You just don't understand. Once I show up somewhere without makeup on, it'll rip me from a title that I still won't ever believe is true." She heard him sigh in the background. "Can you pick me out a simple necklace while you're over there?" He looked through the box and smiled when he found the right one. He walked over and took the same position as before, only this time draping the necklace over her head to rest on her neck. He smiled at his choice. "I remember this one from when we dating almost a year ago. I always thought it suited you best," he said, looking at it through the mirror. Rukia's face was stunned. Out of all the necklaces that were in the box, he had to pick this one. Her chest felt heavy as she took a deep breath. The necklace was a simple chain with a violet butterfly hanging from it. "It must be because it matches your eyes," he added before seeing her disturbed facial expression. His face went worried. "Are you okay?" She put on a fake smile. "I'm fine," she said to reassure him. "But do you think you can get me a different one?" "It doesn't feel like the right occasion for that," she said, trying to find the right excuse. He looked at her in confusion but then smiled. "All right. Whatever you say." The red carpet was swarmed by cameras. Orihime was being helped out of the limo by her date or boyfriend, Yuryu Ishida. They were followed by Renji Abarai and Tatsuki Arisawa. There was supposedly nothing between them, which was puzzling for both the fans and their close friends. Chad was unable to come to the premiere due to having to take place in a competition across the ocean. Tushiro stepped out onto the carpet with Momo by his side. Ranjaku surprisingly showed with past relationship, Jin Ikamaru, something no one had expected due to unfortunate details. Rukia had stepped out of her limo following Ranjaku and frowned at the sight. She was not told who her friend would be arriving with, and the more she looked at the two with their arms linked together, the more she felt her blood boil. Shuhai wrapped his arm around her waist to urge her forward. He put on a fake smile for the flashing cameras and spoke through his teeth. "You okay?" She immediately smiled and waved at the crowd. "I could be better," she said in the same manner. They almost got to the door when she dropped her purse. Shuhai went to get it, but she stopped him. I've got it. She walked back a step or two and bent down to pick it up. When she lifted her head, she noticed the next two people coming out of the limo. Her grip on her purse got tighter as she saw their fingers linked through each other's. She had heard rumors of a relationship, but now proved it. And as she looked upon the couple she realized just how much time had passed. I've dealt with my ghosts. And I've faced all my demons. Finally content with the past I regret. I've found you find strength in your moments of weakness. For once, I'm at peace with myself. I've been burdened with blame. Trapped in the past for too long. I'm moving on. It had been more than 3 years now and she knew that things had turned out the way it should have. She accepted it despite what her chest was feeling. She smiled sadly. This was always how it was supposed to be. Flashback. So what do you think? Is this how you picture our future with little kids running around us, yelling for piggyback rides and stuff? He asked as they lay in the tall grass of an open field. Her head was rested on his stomach as she laid perpendicular to him. Her hand was held over her head as to fiddle with his hand. She laughed. Wow, you really surprise me sometimes. You're so sentimental. What? He asked a bit irritated. I thought that's what girls fantasized about in sheet. I've lived in this place. And I know all the faces. Each one is different. But they're always the same. They mean me no harm. But it's time that I face it. They'll never allow me to change. But I never dreamed home would end up where I don't belong. I'm moving on. Well, some girls do. You know, the ones that run around with dimples everywhere after they attend a day of church, she said laughing again. If you couldn't tell, I'm not quite that kind of girl. No sheet. Every time you go near a DMN church you probably start to burn, he said with a smirk, which got him a nice over-the-head punch in his chest. After a cry out in pain he continued, I'm just saying, you think we'll end up still being this happy? You know, years from now. I'm moving on. At last I can see. Life has been patiently waiting for me. And I know there's no guarantees. But I'm not alone. There comes a time in everyone's life when all you can see are the years passing by. And I have made up my mind that those days are gone. She smiled at his question as she continued to look up towards the clouds in the sky. She then sat up and turned over on her stomach. She crawled up towards his face with a smile clear on her face. He smiled back at her waiting for an answer as a hand rested behind his head. I hope so, she said. Otherwise my dream of having a house on the ocean with our 2 kids won't come true, she added with a smirk. Hey! You said Ichigo began to accuse before Rukia quickly placed her lips against his in a long, passionate kiss. End flashback. Rukia, a voice said, which broke completely through her thoughts. She blinked a few times and then noticed a curious look on the man looking down at her. You okay? He said after not getting a response from her. She looked into his amber eyes and saw that he actually cared, he actually was worried about her. She couldn't hide the small smile that formed on her lips. I'm okay, she said picking her purse up again. Here, he said holding his hand down to her. She looked at his hand and thought about it for a moment. Then, she grabbed it and allowed herself to be pulled up. I sold what I could. And packed what I couldn't. Stopped to fill up on my way out of town. I've loved like I should. And lived like I shouldn't. I had to lose everything to find out. Maybe forgiveness will find me somewhere down this road. I'm moving on. Thanks, she said softly. She then gave a nod and small smile to the woman still linked to his arm. I'm Rukia. Senna, she perkily said before holding her hand out. The two shook before Senna continued. I didn't know you two knew each other, she said in a fascinated tone. Rukia looked from Senna to Ichigo with an understanding look on her face. She gave a pitiful smile for show. It doesn't bother me, she thought. It must have slipped my mind, Ichigo said, still staring at the woman he could never let slip through his mind unnoticed. Rukia heard his words and almost flinched. Alright, that one hurt, she admitted to herself. Rukia, Shohei said from behind. Let's go inside now before we cause a pile-up at the door, he said with a big smile before wrapping his arm around her waist. Yeah, she said to him with a smile as she looked back at Ichigo one more time, her smile then fading. I'm moving on. Ichigo watched as they walked ahead of them and found that it was something he had to deal with now. It made sense anyways, he was with Senna now. He had been for 2 months. This was right. He knew that. Ichigo. Are you alright? You look a little sick. Senna said with a worried face. Ichigo looked down at her and saw her concern. He smiled sweetly at her and pecked her on the lips. I'm fine. Are you sure? She questioned again as they continued to follow the first couple inside. He looked forward again and saw Rukia smile up at Shohei before he leaned down and captured her lips. I hope so. I'm moving on. Chapter 9, Makeup Smeared Eyes. Do you think it's really necessary that I go? Rukia ummed as she sat in her comfortable chair in front of her laptop. I think it's necessary that you think about it, Shohei said, packing his bag on the bed. Why? She groaned again. I'm not even going to have you there with me, she added with a puppy dog face. He smirked and dropped the clothes he was about to put into the bag. He walked over to her sitting form in the chair and bent down on his knees to be at eye level. He looked into her violets with gentle eyes. Ever since we started dating you have seen your friends less and less. 2 weeks ago at the premiere, you looked at all of them as if they were foreign or something. I don't want that to be because of me, he said sweetly with his hand cupping her chin. She sighed, don't take the blame for that. That's just me being, well, stupid, she said in an irritated tone. You? Stupid? Please, you're definitely the brain for the two of us, he said smirking and pecking her lips. She scoffed at his remark, you're being too nice. Ah, think what you want, he said with a smile as he got back up and went towards his bag again. She took a deep breath and sat back. I mean, it's not that big a deal. Right? I can just show up for a bit, say, happy birthday, and then I'll leave. I mean, Kyan has helped me out in the past. It's the least I could do. Shohei zipped up the bag and looked at her curiously. Why are you trying so hard to convince yourself to go? They're your friends. Rukia looked at him with her mouth hanging open. How do I reply to that, she thought to herself. Well, I'll feel awkward being there. I feel a little distant from them now. He gave her a sad smile, that's why you need to go. I bet you won't regret it, he said with a wink before grabbing his bag and walking out of the door. Rukia frowned as he exited the room. I bet you have no idea, she mumbled under her breath. What was that? He said coming back into the room. Rukia's eyes shot open. I said, I bet you have no idea how much I'm going to miss you. She finished with a smile and stood up from her chair. He smiled back at her as he walked over to her and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her in close. I bet I'll miss you even more, he smirked and kissed her. She continued to kiss back, while she exhaled from succeeding in her cover-up. He then pulled away. Okay, I've got to go or I'll miss my flight. She ummed, no. He laughed, yes. She pouted, are you sure you don't want me to see you off at the airport? Yes. I'm more than capable of getting on an airplane, he said with a smirk. Besides, I don't want you to miss this party thing and use me as the excuse, he said with a knowing smirk and a raised eyebrow. She sighed and looked away from him. He made his voice more serious, you better go to it. She put on another childish pout, make me. He smirked, believe me, I'd love to. But I really have to go, he said kissing her forehead and pulling away from her. Fine, she said in an agitated tone. He looked back at her at the door, I'll fly back whenever I get the chance. Have fun tonight, he said with a kind smile and then disappearing. Rukia sat back down in her chair and looked at her laptop. She bowed her head down and gently banged her head on the keyboard a few times, finally resting it there. She then took a few deep breaths and sat up, now seeing her face had typed a series of words that were in need of some serious spell-checking. She sighed one more time and exited without saving. I guess I'll get ready, she thought with provocation as she pulled herself out of the chair again. So how old are you exactly now? 10. 11. Ichigo asked sarcastically as Kyan walked by him with a piñata in his hand. Kyan faked a gasp. Brother! How dare you accuse me of such a thing? If you're going to degrade me, at least let me have gone through PBRTY, he said turning and winking to Tatsuki who was standing next to Ichigo. Ichigo rolled his eyes while Tatsuki laughed and shook her head. She spoke to Ichigo so the birthday boy couldn't hear, well it beats having him walk around his party in his birthday suit like last year. Ichigo grimaced, oh God, don't remind me. He twitched from the memory. You weren't even there, she yelled. Oh, believe me. It felt like I was. My DMN father videotaped the whole thing. I was out of the door by the time I saw Kyan made his appearance. He grimaced. Tatsuki chuckled. Hey, at least you're a man. I can only sympathize for your sisters who had to see their own brother. She said in a pitted voice, not needing to finish the sentence. Ugh, Ichigo said with disgust. He's so DMN cocky sometimes. Tatsuki laughed, pun intended. Ichigo gave a disgusted chuckle. She then looked at him with a raised eyebrow, well that's one trait you two have in common. He looked at her in disbelief. I don't go walking around naked for everyone to see. Well maybe you should, Kurosaki. It might boost your fangirl rate by double, Ranjaku said walking in with Jin by her side. Or damage it, Yuryu added with a laugh. Screw you, Twinkle Toes, Ichigo responded with a scowl. Yuryu just laughed. Suddenly, Ichigo felt himself stuck in a headlock while a fist began to rub into his hair. Well if it isn't my little orange-headed son. Ichigo yelled in annoyance, Dad. What the hell? Get off me. His father laughed at his irritated son. I know you are only pretending to reject Daddy's love. Don't worry. I understand, he said letting go finally. Where's that girl of yours? Ichigo was still fuming from irritation, but began to calm down as he avoided looking at his father. She couldn't make it today. Ah, he said as if he clearly understood. And where is this Senna who I have yet to meet? Ichigo quickly turned his head to look at him as if he had three heads. He frowned in confusion. Are you going senile, old man? Isshin gave a curious look at his son. What are you talking about? I just said she couldn't make it today, Ichigo replied in agitation. I know. And then I asked about Senna. Isshin added, replaying their conversation. Yuryu leaned on one leg towards Ichigo's ear, I think he was referring to a certain petite raven-haired woman. And then he leaned away. Ichigo's eyes widened for a moment. Why the hell would she be here, he asked in his annoyance. Well, numbnuts, she was invited to my party for the past 2 years. She never could make it though. This year she said she would be here though, Kyan said in a matter-of-fact tone of voice as he passed by again into another room. Ichigo watched him with a glare until he was out of sight. Why? He asked somewhat childish. Yuzu and Karen came up after greeting their oldest brother. They had heard the last bit of the conversation. Why? What kind of question is that? Karen asked in return with as much an attitude as Ichigo gave. Ichigo glared at her as Yuzu hugged him and then answered him with an answer. Because she's always been close with us. Just because you are on the rocks with her doesn't mean we have to be, she said in a gentle tone. Why are you so uptight about it? Ranjaku asked with a knowing smile, in which he glared at her for even thinking what she was thinking. I'm not uptight about it, he denied childishly. Kyan made his way back through the room. He walked through the room, but replied as he passed by. Stop being such a pansy. You're bringing down the atmosphere in this room, he said with a smirk, despite the insult. Ichigo glared and began to walk out of the room. Orihime came walking in the room with a drink in her hand. Ichigo, where are you going? For a walk, he said bitterly without looking at her and marching into the next room. Everyone just kind of looked at each other as if they knew the subject had hit a nerve. Yuryu and Ranjaku were the only two who smirked at the situation. Why the hell would I be uptight? Dumb buttes, he thought, shaking his head as he made it towards the hallway leading towards the front door. He then paused as he came face to face with the unexpected. Hi, she said softly with an awkward smile. She just came through the door and was already welcomed with what she desperately didn't want to meet. Hey, he said shortly, not being able to move at the moment. There was silence between them, not a comfortable one. After a few seconds, Ichigo said the first thing he thought of. Nice weather out there, huh? Rukia replied quickly, yeah. Very nice, she said in agreement. In her mind, she wanted to run out of that awkward moment as fast as possible. She searched for something to say. Finally, her mind found it and she let it fly out of her mouth quickly. Do you know where I can find Kaien? I want to wish him a happy birthday, she said holding up a present. I saw him head towards the kitchen, he said pointing over his shoulder with his thumb. Thanks, she said awkwardly and then passing by him. She smelt his distinct scent when she brushed by him and her senses went haywire. She closed her eyes and swallowed hard. She shook her head slightly as she continued towards the kitchen. Ichigo just stood there for a moment trying to piece together the events that just happened. That wasn't weird at all, he thought sarcastically. He exhaled through his nose and marched out of the front door. Rukia! Yuzu yelled as she threw her arms around the raven-haired woman. She was shocked but then quickly gave a large smile. She hadn't seen them in a long time, it felt good. Hey, she said in excitement. How are you? You look so much older, she said seeing Karen behind Yuzu, smiling. So do you, Karen. Oh my god, she said pulling the reserved twin into a hug as well. The two never looked alike and aging only kept it that way. Karen gave a chuckle. It's been a while. Rukia leaned back and gave the two a look and then a sad smile. I know. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry about it, Rukia. We understand, Yuzu said kindly. Rukia gave her a smile of appreciation. Well, if it isn't Miss Kuchiki. How have you been? Still beautiful as ever, I see, Ishin said holding a drink in his hand. Rukia smiled and slightly blushed. I've been doing good, Mr. Kurosaki, and thank you. How have you been doing? Rukia. How many times have I told you to call me Ishin, he corrected with a smirk. She chuckled, I'm sorry. I forgot. But if you're fine with calling me Dad now, I'm willing to accept that as well, he added, smirking even more. Dad, Karen warned him with a glare. He held his hands up in defense, I'm just putting it out there. Karen rolled her eyes. Rukia. I'm glad you made it. Kaien yelled, pulling her into a tight embrace. Rukia was too shocked to hug him back, but it was a quick embrace anyway. She smiled up at him. Happy birthday, Kaien, she said holding out the gift. He smirked and took it. Thanks. I think I might have an idea what it is, he said with chuckle from the wrapping job. It was pretty clear that it was a mug. But the surprise lies in what is on the mug, she said with a sly smile. He looked at her in agreement. This is true. He tore off the wrapping and read the mug. What you're staring at isn't a dream. I'm for real. He laughed. You got me pinned, Kuchiki. Nice job, he said giving her a hug with one arm as he stared at his gift. Thank you, she said bowing her head. I'll go fill this with some of my own refreshments, he said with a glint in his eye before walking off. Rukia shook her head and saw Toshiro leaning against the wall talking to Renji. "Hey, where's Momo?" she asked curiously. "She started shooting her next movie today. She might show up later," Toshiro said casually. Rukia then peeked over and saw Ranjiku laughing at something Jin had said to her. She looked back towards Toshiro and Renji. "Okay, someone needs to fill me in on Ranjiku and Jin. When the hell did that start up again?" she asked in annoyance, not being able to believe the fact. Renji sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "About a month ago. She told us he's changed so we didn't push it. She really wants to be with him, for some DMN reason. I don't understand it at all. FNGBSTRD. Toshiro added with ice in his voice. Ranjiku had been friends with Toshiro for about 5 years. She had been his secretary in his towering skyscraper when one day, she took it upon herself to plan out his wardrobe, despite his bickering. And after months of this, he invested into a fashion industry that he would have her take charge of. Even though he made it seem purely as an act of business, he was doing his secretary a favor. Eventually, Ranjiku introduced him to Momo. They were considered even now. "You haven't said anything about it?" Rukia said with complete surprise at Toshiro. He shrugged his shoulders with his arms crossed over his chest. "What am I supposed to do? She says she's happy to be with him again, even though everyone wants to shank him every time she turns her back." Rukia furrowed her eyebrows. "Well, this SCKS, she said, watching Jin smirk in his creepy way at Ranjiku. "He gives me the creeps," she added as a shiver ran up her spine. "Tell me about it," Renji added, taking a chug of his beer. "Rukia." Oriheim yelled from about 20 feet away. She waved her hand to tell her to come over. "I'll talk to you guys later." Rukia excused herself from the two men and went towards Yuryu and Oriheim. "Hey, where's Shuhei?" Oriheim asked the raven-haired woman. "He left for his next movie today," Rukia said with a disappointed face. "Ah. Well, I'm glad you came," the perky woman said in return. "Yeah," Rukia said with a sigh. "So," Yuryu began. "You ran into him, didn't you?" Rukia's eyes widened from surprise. She then squinted curiously at the man wearing glasses. "How did you dash? You look frazzled," he cut in with a knowing smile. Rukia exhaled. "Glad to know I can be so easily read, Ishida." "Well, not necessarily. I'm assuming only because Kurosaki said he was going for a walk and he still hasn't come back yet." "He gave it away, not you," he corrected. "Oh. Well, I guess that's a little more comforting," she said, looking off at Renji surprisingly smirking at Tatsuki in a flirtatious way. She began to smile, but was pulled back into the conversation. "You two are so DMN complicated," Yuryu said. "We're all close friends with both of you, yet it's so awkward to all hang out in the same place." Rukia frowned. "I'm sorry it's such an inconvenience for you." "I didn't mean it like that," he quickly added. "I'm just saying that we shouldn't have to lose you as a friend just because of what's going on between you two." "There's nothing going on between us," she said quickly and sternly. "Then why haven't we seen you in over a month?" he asked with a frown. Rukia opened her mouth to speak, but it was true. She distanced herself from her friends because of him. It wasn't right. She looked down to the floor and then looked back into his eyes. "You're right." She then looked between the two of them. "I'm sorry. Rukia, I didn't mean it like dash," he added in an apologetic tone. She smiled softly. "I know. Thanks for telling me. You make sense. I need some air," she said before turning around and making her way for the door. He leaned against the railing of the small bridge over the pond. It was off to the side of Kyan's house, a short walk from the front lawn. He looked down at the colorful fish beneath him. Everything was so calm. It was even quiet, regardless of the party going on inside. "I can't believe she was actually invited. I don't know. I figured they wouldn't, considering I'd be here. But I'm kind of glad they did." They shouldn't take her out of their life just because of what happens between her and I, he thought, taking a deep breath. I guess the party was a bit stuffy for someone else, huh? He heard from behind. He turned his head and saw her smiling sweetly at him as she walked onto the wooden bridge. He watched as she walked next to him and leaned in the same manner as him. He blinked a few times before he could completely register what had happened. Yeah, I guess so, he finally said. There was a bit of silence. He felt like he needed to say something, anything. I haven't heard anything about your next book. How's that going? He asked, surprisingly curious. She was speechless. Well, I guess, it's not going, she ended with a single chuckle and a sigh. What? Are you serious? He asked, somewhat shocked. But you never get writer's block. She sighed. Tell me about it. The past 2 months I haven't written anything except the keys typed when I smashed my face into the keyboard. Spellcheck must have been working overtime, he added. Weird how you would say that. She said, knowing she had thought the same thing earlier. The raven-haired woman looked down at the fish and smiled. She actually started laughing, which surprised Ichigo. What? He finally said. She then turned and looked into his amber eyes. He was taken aback by the way her violet eyes shined in the summer sun. He had to swallow in order to regain his normal breathing. I just thought about something. Never mind, she said, looking back down at the water. He raised an eyebrow at her. You can't just openly laugh about something and then keep it to yourself, he said, trying to get it out of her. She looked at him with a surprised look, but also a smile gracing her lips. You actually care what I was thinking? Left your t-shirt in my room, still smells of you. And the picture you hung on the door lay smashed. Picture perfect. It was a truthful statement, he knew that. And it did sting a little, but the conversation was so casual. He chose not to dwell on it. Yes, I do. It shouldn't be that DMN surprising. Besides, I'd like something to laugh about at the moment. Rukia brought her hand to her chin. She held it and tapped her index finger on her lips, pretending to think about what she should do, tell him or not tell him. Nah, it's probably not even that funny. Explains now, clearly nothing left but a memory. We only made out, you never kissed me. That's how I learned to hold back all feeling. He squinted at her as he tried to hide a smile on his lips. Alright, spill it, midget. Your attempt at flattery SCKS, Kurosaki, she said with a chuckle. Fine. Don't tell me, he said, looking back at the pond in front of him in silence. Rukia looked at him with a smirk. She then looked back at the pond like him, but spoke. Remember when you bought me that fish after I complained about never having a pet before, she said, causing him to look at her from the corner of his eye. Wait, please don't go. I won't stay. All these words on replay. I'm okay, it's alright. Good to know that you're fine. She didn't wait for him to reply. I named it Chappie, despite your protests, she said with a smirk as she continued to stare at the fish. Ichigo was now fully staring at her. Rukia continued. Then, 2 days later, it died. It was a sad subject, yet she was still smiling. I told you it looked hungry every time I went near it, so I fed it, every time I went near, she even chuckled at that point. Pretending everything is right. To make it better. I'll hide my makeup-smeared eyes. To show that I'm fine. Ichigo turned his head to the pond. He cut in. You came running over to my house. You were crying your eyes out, he said, causing her to turn and look at him with wide eyes. She then relaxed and smiled at him. He continued to tell the story. You kept saying that I was right, that you weren't ready to have a pet because I said you couldn't remember to take care of yourself. He smiled softly at that point and then turned to look into her violet eyes. Somehow you have managed to get under my skin. More than anyone ever did. And if every hole makes a scar, and every scar marks its place, then I will never live freely without your trace. Rukia continued, "You then told me it wasn't that I couldn't take care of it, but that I took too much care of it. You said my heart was too big," she said with a thankful smile. "And then you gave me your sleeve. You looked away from me and held your arm out as to pretend you weren't being so nice to me. You called me midget a few times, if I recall." Ichigo gave a single chuckle. "Couldn't let you see I cared that much." She smiled. "Such a manly man," she said in mocking tone. He chuckled. "And it'll never be fair. I wrote my songs for you and you never even cared. So I'll forget you, I'll wish your t-shirt. Kill the pillow and cut you out of pictures." Rukia looked down at her arms leaning on the railing. "I think I should get going," she said, pushing away from the railing. Ichigo frowned slightly from her action, but quickly put his facial expression back to neutral. It was so casual, so normal. It felt so good. But was it so foolish for him to want it to continue? She took 2 steps away, but before she made it off the small bridge, he grabbed her wrist. "Wait, please don't go. I won't stay." All these words on replay. "I'm okay, it's all right. Good to know that you're fine." "Wait," he said, which surprised her and even him. She looked down at his hand on her wrist before looking up slowly into his amber eyes. She spoke in a soft tone that wasn't confused for an answer, but instead needing for an answer. "Why?" He looked into her pleading eyes and found himself speechless. I don't know." He slowly slid his hand off of her wrist, his skin sliding across hers made her skin tingle. "Pretending everything is right. To make it better. I'll hide my makeup-smeared eyes." He exhaled silently, "I just want you to know that. I have a feeling you'll get out of this hole soon. You'll be writing in no time." She forced a smile. "Let's hope you're right." She then turned and walked away, leaving him watching her disappear out of sight. This drama sat shotgun. My eyes rained like autumn. Only the glove box knows how the story goes. He bowed his head and then looked back at the pond. He smiled as a fish caught his sight. She made her way back inside to say goodbye, but the more steps she took the more a grin grew on her face. She stepped inside and was met with Orihime. "Now that this bandage is broken and the cuts left in open, I'll tell you just one thing, this wasn't worth the sting." "What are you smiling about?" she asked curiously. Rukia smiled even more when she said that. "I've finally got some inspiration." "Really? What happened?" Orihime said with excitement, knowing she had been in a writing slump. "Well, nothing good and nothing bad," Rukia responded, which confused her friend. "What? I don't understand." This drama sat shotgun. My eyes rained like autumn. Only the glove box knows how the story goes. Rukia shook her head and hugged her friend. Not all inspiration comes from positive things. It was neither positive nor negative, actually. Well, does it really matter? "I've chipped away my block," she said with excitement. "I'll see you later," she said, going to say goodbye to more people. "Now that this bandage is broken and the cuts left in open, I'll tell you just one thing, this wasn't worth the sting." Orihime smiled and shook her head. "Thank goodness. Only the glove box knows how the story goes."